What is up, everyone? Happy draft night. Got my Carolina blue tie on for the first pick. I'm ready. I'm hyped. We got pre-draft going on right now. Good to have Travis here. Hopefully we can get some others on. But we'll see. Travis, what do you think? What are your initial thoughts as we get the first round started in a couple minutes?
It's gonna be a good night. Sounds like we're gonna have 3 to 4 quarterbacks go in the first round, so it'll be interesting where they go. And it sounds like at the last minute, the Texans or the Titans are looking to take CJ Stroud, so we'll see if it happens.
Yeah. The Texans at 2 are interesting. And that all that smoke just came like within this week. So who knows what the Texans are doing. But yeah, number 3 there is what I've been seeing, like you said, Titans to get Stroud to jump their divisional opponent there in the Colts. But there's also storyline Bijan Robinson. Who knows where he's going to go? Top 10, top 15. Who knows?
Yeah, I think going for a running back in the top 15 historically hasn't played out great. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah. Well, I'm hyped for the Eagles might get him. So that could be intriguing.
Yeah. Who's your dark horse to jump into the first round? What player?
I mean, I don't know if it's necessarily a dark horse, but I like Hendon Hooker at the end of the first round.
Okay.
Especially if no one takes him. And we get to the Chiefs at 31 and he's still sitting there. I mean, to jump into that first round, get the 5th-year option, I think is a key for whoever does that. And that team could be the Texans at 33, the Rams at 36. I've heard possibilities there. Who knows, the Lions as well.
Yeah. Lions would be good to, get a jump on their next quarterback, because I don't know how much longer Jared Goff will stay there.
Right. And of course, our fantasy group chat is blowing up about the draft.
Yeah.
I'm not even going to read all it, whatever they're saying, but yeah, we're just about to start here. Of course, Rob Riggle is gonna lead this thing off with something funny. But we'll skip him and keep talking, I guess, until Commissioner Goodell comes out. But talking about draft props, I have way too much money on this, obviously. But I'll tell you some of my favorite ones. The first one, you can't get a good price anymore. Jalen Carter under 6.5. I thought was fantastic. I got it at plus 145 a couple days ago on Tuesday. It is now like minus 400. So yeah, that one's tough to bet right now. A couple other ones I really like are, I don't know why it hadn't really moved, but Devin Witherspoon, I think it was Christian Gonzalez. Christian Gonzalez under 8.5 as well. I think the Lions at 6, the Raiders at 7, and the Falcons at 8 are where the 2 corners are going to go, the top 2 guys.
Okay.
So that's another one I really like. And then one that is more on the underdog side, over 2.5 tight ends in the first round. I love that play. I got it at plus 210. Obviously, we have Dalton Kincaid, Michael Mayer, but I think Luke Musgrave gets in at the end. And I forget who it was on the NFL Network free show. One of their bold predictions was 4 tight ends go in the first, which would break the record.
That'd be quite something. I mean, has there ever been a 4 tight end first round?
No, that would be the record. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And what a scene we have in Kansas City. It kind of looks like college game day because it's like it looks like it's in like a park, but I guess isn't it, I forget where it's at. Isn't it like at the train station or something like that?
I don't know. Just looking at I just saw like a whiteout view and I didn't see anything like that, but it's gonna be a rocking crowd tonight.
Yeah, for sure. Those are some nice kicks from the Commanders fans. Really just waiting on the commish to come out here and we can hear what he has to say. And then we'll go back mute and talk about the first pick, Bryce Young, hopefully.
Yeah. I don't think that there's any question that he's going 1.
Yeah, I mean, this would make 2 years in a row that I've got my quarterback that I want. I wanted Kenny Pickett last year for Pittsburgh, and I got him. And this year I wanted Bryce Young all along for Carolina, and I called the trade up from the start. I said, once I started doing mock drafts on my own this offseason, I started trading up. So, and of course, my friend is asking me what I think Philly and Pittsburgh are going to do. I think Philly with 10, we could go Bijan. It's definitely an option. I think Howie wants to trade out of 10 though, if he can. That's going to be a high leverage pick that he can get a first round pick next year, like he loves to do, get those future ones.
Yeah.
Some sucker team that wants to trade it. And then that sucker team sucks next year and it's a top 10 pick.
Yeah. It's a great move Bijan is a great running back, but if you don't absolutely need him and you get some really good draft capital, I'd take it.
Yeah. And I think even like moving a couple spots back, not too crazy, like moving like more than 5 spots back, but just moving like a couple spots, like the Texans. If the Texans at 12 want to go to 10 to jump Tennessee, if they didn't trade up already to 3, and the Titans are looking at not a tackle. They're looking at Jackson Smith and Jigba, and the Texans think they're going to take him. They could trade up ahead of the Titans to get him, or I don't know, whoever else, pass rusher, if Tyree Wilson is still on the board at that point. Someone else, 13, the Packers now. Also, I think could be a possibility to trade up for JSN there. So I think the trade out is a possibility for Philly, but I also think, like I said, Bijan Robinson, and if it's not Bijan at 10, the hope would be that one of the 2 corners are there. They can take one of the tackles, or Nolan Smith, I've heard that there at 10, and also Jalen Carter, if he is still available at 10 as well, would be an option.
Yeah. I want to go back. I wanted to ask you, how many trades do you have in the first round on your mock draft?
Yeah, so the mock draft Logan and I did yesterday, we had three trades, I think. Because we had Vegas, or no, I don't think we had Vegas going up. I know we had Pittsburgh jumping up with Philly, going from 17 to 10 to get Paris Johnson Jr. And we did have Vegas. We had Vegas going up to 3 to get CJ Stroud. And like I said, Pittsburgh up to 10 to get Paris Johnson Jr. And then we didn't have another trade until 31, where we had the Texans coming back in to get Hendon Hooker.
Okay.
3 trades. I don't know what the over-under in trades is tonight, but let's go to the commissioner here.
And the 2023 NFL Draft. For the first time since we took the draft on the road, we get to celebrate the draft in the Super Bowl winning city with fans of all 32 teams and the Chiefs Kingdom. As you can see, I have some friends on stage with me that you might recognize. They are Kansas City natives and love this community and their Chiefs. Give it up for Eric Stonestreet and Heidi Gardner.
Of course, Eric Stonestreet is there.
Okay. And it is my honor to the stage right now, Chiefs legend.
All right, Kansas City.
Travis, I think I gotta turn it off.
Okay. Yeah, I have it pulled up.
I was just kidding.
My,
I was just kidding. I was saying I gotta turn it off because Mahomes walked out with the Lombardi.
oh.
Yeah, I just want to inform everyone. Oh wait,
All right, all right, all right.
Oh. Geez, they're gonna let Kelsey speak.
hey, can we like get this thing going, Mr. Kelsey?
This is the longest like
No.
entrance to an NFL draft I've ever seen.
The Carolina Panthers are on the clock.
All right. And we are officially underway. 10 minutes on the clock here for Carolina. I hate when they do this. Every time the first team always takes a million years to pick. And I'm like, bro, you already who you're taking. Like, just put it in real quick. Like,
Yeah, it's at least we should have started before we had Mahomes and everybody come out, give them a little show while they're actually waiting to pick.
right. But yeah, obviously, I think, there's the trade that Carolina did with Chicago, first overall for 9th, second round pick this year, a first next year, a second in 2025, and then DJ Moore as well. Way back when, I don't remember when that trade was. I think it was March.
Yeah, it was either like early March or late February.
Yeah. So there's the Panthers war room there. But yeah, I mean, Bryce Young, I've been saying it all along, he's the best quarterback, I think, by far. I don't think any of the other 3 quarterbacks that are at the top of the board are close. his accuracy, vision, being able to read defenses efficiently. You can see some film here. The mobility in the pocket is excellent. Throw on the move also. And he's really has the total package. If he was 2 inches taller, he's a generational quarterback.
Yeah, I was just gonna say his one concern was his size, but I mean, when you're playing in the SEC, you're basically playing against offensive and defensive linemen that are going to be the same size as the ones in the NFL. So
Right.
if you can see over them in college, he's not going to have a problem seeing over them in the NFL.
Yeah, and I saw a crazy stat. I don't remember the exact numbers on it, but he had less batted balls in college this past year than Justin Herbert did. And Justin Herbert is 6'6".
That's insane.
So, yeah, I don't think the height's going to matter. When he weighed in at 204 at the combine, that was excellent to see. Seeing that he put on some weight to help reduce the injury risk there.
Yeah.
So I think there's a no-brainer. And there you can see what the Panthers did and what Frank Reich did to make sure that Bryce Young set up for success. Bringing in Jim Caldwell, bringing in Josh McCown, and Thomas Brown as the offensive coordinator as well. All the guys that they've worked with in the past. Really solid place for a young quarterback to learn from great coaches.
Yeah. I mean, this year it'll be rough. Right now that you don't have any wide receivers to throw to, but going forward when they're able to build, it'll be all right.
I wouldn't say any wide receivers. They need to add a couple. They do have Adam Thielen. They did get Hayden Hurst in free agency as well at tight end. They got Miles Sanders as a back out of the backfield. So I think they'll be all right. If they can add 1 or 2 more pass catchers in the draft here, I think that'll be a solid base for them. And I mean, I wouldn't do anything too crazy like trade back into the first round and try to go get another one.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think they're okay. It's not going to be, completely barren like, say, the Texans.
This is true.
But yeah, we're getting down to about halfway through the 10 minutes, and we still don't have a pick in yet. It's frustrating. I don't understand what happens.
This is ridiculous. And I'm about 20 seconds behind, and they got a whole watch party in the Panthers Stadium, and it's raining outside.
That's always fun.
Yeah. I hope they at least included ponchos in their little gift.
And there's the green room. The green room really got lavish this year. They got all kinds of couches and stuff now. But yeah, we'll see what happens with number 2 though coming up with Houston. One thing I was going to say before they started that draft intro there, we did have technically a trade. It was a kind of settlement for the tampering investigation into Jonathan Gannon being hired by the Arizona Cardinals. The Eagles essentially traded, and there we go. It looks like we have a pick. It looks like Mr. Tepper is on the phone with their pick. So that's good to see. We should get that pick in soon. But yeah, the Eagles essentially traded number 94 this year and a 5th round pick next year for the Cardinals 66. So it's a swap of thirds, and the Cardinals get the Eagles 5th next year.
Okay.
So nice to move up for Philly a little bit. And we have the pick is in. The pick is finally in. Houston is on the clock. And we'll wait for the commissioner once again to come out. But I am getting texts. My friend keeps texting me, doesn't understand I'm on the air. So yeah, pick is in. Let's get this thing going. Let's print the jersey, get the hat ready, and I'll have to shop for my Bryce Young jersey, hopefully.
Right after finals.
Yeah, pretty much. But I don't like when they show him because he's not moving. So I don't like that he's not moving. But this is why the NFL Network stopped showing the green room. Because then you don't see the guys getting on the phone or getting picked
Yeah.
until they actually announce it. Then you can show the green room after they announce the pick. So it looks like the commissioner is coming out right now.
Before, Mason went to the quarterback then, it was Cam Newton. They're about to do it again tonight, the second time.
Maybe not.
The Panthers had the first pick. Here comes.
Yeah, here he comes.
At the announcement of the first pick of the night.
With the first pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Bryce Young.
Let's go.
Alabama.
Finally.
No, I did get scared when they showed him just sitting there. I was like, oh man, no way.
You know, they gotta have a little drama here.
But I guess they showed him after he got off the phone, probably.
Yeah.
So there he's hugging CJ Stroud and headed out to the stage, hugging Anthony Richardson as well. Man, it's hyped. I'm ready. Bryce Young is legit. His hair's too puffy. He can't get the hat on. He's got too much volume up there.
Yeah. They went all out this year for just the staging.
Yeah. So they are at the train station. It looks like.
Yeah.
Or that is the train station where the green room is, and then you walk up to the stage. That's a long walk though, man. Like, I remember when it was in Radio City Music Hall, you know, it was just they walked like 25 feet to get to the stage. Like,
Yeah.
now you're walking like half a mile to get up to the center. But there it is. There's the jersey. I'm super excited for Bryce Young. And you know, the Panthers haven't had a quarterback like this since camp. So
Yeah.
there's the war room. Can see Coach Reich and Mr. Fitter, Mr. Tepper, and I can't really identify anyone else in the room, but I knew at least those three were right in the center. But yeah, and here we go. Everyone is tweeting and whatnot. Of course, I have so many notifications put up there that like I got 20,000 notifications that Bryce Young was the #1 pick, as though I didn't know it happened after the first notification I got. But yeah, so now the Texans, right? we're about halfway through their clock. And this is where it starts. I mean, CJ Stroud, Will Anderson, Tyree Wilson, a trade. Who knows?
Oh, the pick is in already.
All right. Well, I mean, that makes sense. You know, it took
5 minutes.
so yeah, they took half the time.
I
So
just
yeah,
think there's too many question marks with CJ Stroud to take him. But
yeah. I mean, I agree. I think the biggest issue with that I had with CJ Stroud was the offense Ohio State plays. And also that a lot of his throws because of the offense are schemed open. The receivers are schemed open.
yeah,
Although he did play his best game in his last game against Georgia. And he's very accurate, but there was just not enough, I think, for me anyways. But I do think he is the second best. I do think he is the second best quarterback. A lot more question marks with Will Levis and Anthony Richardson.
yeah.
Stroud. So as we wait for the commissioner to come back out with Houston's pick, I mean, I don't know. I'm kind of hoping it's Tyree Wilson or CJ Stroud because I have money on both those guys to go number 2, and I got money on Will Anderson to go number 3. So
Okay.
that's the hope, is that it's Tyree Wilson.
Yeah, that would be my guess.
But who I think it's going to be, I do think it's going to be Will Anderson. Cleanest prospect in this draft, 27.5 sacks the last 2 years combined. And I believe he won SEC Defensive Player of the Year both years he started.
Yeah.
Too. So who knows? It looks like the Cardinals have about 7:40 on their clock, just to note that. But yeah, we're waiting on the Texans. Again, it could be anyone really at this point. But it's really, I think those 3 guys, Anderson, Wilson, or Stroud, those are really the 3.
Taking the commissioner a little while to make that long walk.
Well, I think he's got his commissioner's lounge. I think his is right off the stage, like where the old green rooms used to be. But here we go. I think he is about to come out now. Maybe. I don't know. They panned out, so here we go.
There it is.
With the second pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select CJ Stroud.
Wow.
They did take him.
Dang.
Well, alrighty then. So, what happens at 3 now, right? CJ Stroud going to Houston made total sense. They needed a quarterback. Everyone's blowing smoke this week that they weren't going to take a quarterback. They do take one, and it's Stroud. Again, it makes total sense. DeMeco Ryans needed a quarterback to build around.
Yeah.
He's not going to have many. I mentioned already. He's not going to have much to work with on offense, other than Damian Pierce. You know, they signed Robert Woods, and I can't remember who else they even have at wide receivers. So,
See.
but yeah, so I think that's a fine pick. I don't know necessarily. I think he does. I think he fits fine in what they're gonna do. He's gonna have to learn how to take snaps from under center, though. That's
Yeah.
for sure.
Ohio State doesn't do that very often.
Yeah. Yeah. Because that's what their offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick, D'Amico Ryans brought him with him from San Francisco. So I would have to imagine it's going to be a Shanahan style offense where it's play action, run game as well.
Yeah,
I think CJ Stroud will be good at that. I think the bootlegs will be great for him. It's just, again, he's got to take it under center, which is going to be a learning curve for him.
yeah, for sure.
So they have Nico Collins, Noah Brown, Robert Woods, and the hope is that John Mechie can make a full recovery from his cancer treatments from last year. Also signed Dalton Schultz. So the Schultz signing, I think, is going to be really good for them. Going to have a guy veteran in the middle of the field as a security blanket. So, but we will see. We'll see how he does in Houston. And with the prevalence of Jacksonville now, the division's not so easy as it seemed just like last year.
Yeah. With Trevor Lawrence really stepping up this last season, the South Division is going to get really interesting.
Everyone in the top 10 wanted the Texans to pass on a quarterback, apparently.
Yeah, it'll be interesting who the Colts will end up taking then. I mean, we knew that.
Well, I mean, now we're down to 3 minutes on the Cardinals clock, and they still haven't traded the pick. So this, I mean, maybe they can't find anyone because CJ Stroud went.
Yeah,
I think then the biggest thing, like that Stroud went, that they were hoping that Stroud didn't go, and that they would be able to get a quarterback needy team to come up. But now that he's not there, I mean, I don't know who would come up for someone like Will Levis. I mean, that's the biggest issue.
yeah. So do you still think then that Will Anderson will go 3 to the Cardinals?
I do. I think that's, if you're going to stick and pick, that's the guy. The Cardinals need a lot of stuff. And one of the biggest things is pass rush. With JJ Watt gone, Zach Allen gone, they desperately need pass rush help. And Will Anderson's by far the best one available at this point. What does Schefter got going on?
Coming back up to number 3, it looks like, to trade up to the Arizona spot. Houston's going to move in to number 3, get number 2, go number 3, and have each pick at the top defensive player.
No way.
Did I hear that right? The Texans are trading up?
Oh my Lord. Yes, the Texans are coming back up to 3. Holy shit. They're trading from 33 to 3. Or at least I think. I don't know what the compensation is yet.
They got to give up at least.
They're going to get first rounder next year, obviously, but
Yeah.
I mean, that is just crazy. But it's still the same though, right? It's going to be Will Levis or Will Anderson. I mean, that's ridiculous though. I mean, to get CJ Stroud and Will Anderson, that's ridiculous. I've never seen anything like that.
Yeah, they're betting heavy on this draft, which will be really.
I'm interested. I mean, I haven't gotten the update on the compensation yet. Just waiting to hear what that is. But that is crazy. let's see. Wait, who said that? Oh, okay. Daniel Jeremiah apparently predicted something like this was going to happen in his final mock draft. Still waiting on the compensation update. But I mean, it's setting up as the exact top 4 that I saw. Well, Seattle, it might be the exact top 5 I saw happening. Because
Really?
I had Young, Stroud, Anderson, Levis, Carter as the top 5. And then Detroit was an outlier. Not sure if they're going to go pass rush or corner.
Yeah.
But here we go. I think we're getting the pick here.
Has gone 1. CJ Stroud has gone 2. The Houston Texans have gone up to number 3, and they're about to make the pick. I'm told Roger Goodell is making his way to the stage any moment. He really will see what it is the Texans.
Okay, real quick. Compensation update. 3,105 to the Texans for 12.33, a 24 first and a 24 third.
We're going to find out right now.
Not terrible.
That's excellent for the Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals have traded the 3rd pick to the Houston Texans. With the 3rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah.
Linebacker, Alabama.
I mean, that's the first crazy thing we see tonight, right? Out of the million crazy things that are probably going to happen in this draft. But yes, that compensation package, I think, is solid for both sides, I think.
Yeah.
The Cardinals getting 4 premium selections, knowing the biggest thing I think with the Cardinals is they know that the Texans probably aren't going to be, like a playoff team next year, right? So the 1st and the 3rd are probably going to be at least, at the very worst, in the top half of both of those rounds.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think that is excellent for the rookie getting it done in Arizona. GM Monty Ossenfort. That's excellent for him to do that in his first draft. Is ridiculous. It's crazy, man.
I mean, I don't see how Will Anderson isn't going to instantly help their defense.
Oh yeah,
Man
D'Amico
is insane.
is going to have a field day with Will Anderson. He's going to pair with the other guys they got there: Jerry Hughes, Jonathan Greenard, and Chase Winovich. And gonna get all the double teams he can handle. And the thing is he's gonna get better every day in practice. He's got to go against Larry Tunsil, one of the best left tackles in the league. So he's gonna get that work in every day and improve. So I'm excited. The Texans have a solid new beginning now on both sides of the ball. And they're done till the 3rd round now. I think, or no, they have a second. Do they have a second round pick? I'm trying to remember what they have here. Let me get their team up on the ticker. No, they do not. So yeah, we will see them in the 3rd round at 65th overall. But it's a nice night to have.
Yeah, nice night to be a Texan. It's
So
a
we're
bright future.
So we're moving on now to
The Colts.
Colts here. We got 4:15 to go about. And again, I think this is Will Levis. He fits the system not necessarily as well as Anthony Richardson does. I think just because of the mobility of Richardson and what he could do in the Shane Steichen offense. I do think, though, the Colts, I don't know. I do think it's Levis, but I think Richardson fits Steichen's system better with the amount of RPOs that they do and read option stuff.
I mean, I think part of it is the amount of the body of work that Levis has over Richardson.
Yeah.
But yeah, as you said, if Richardson would fit it better, but we'll see.
Yeah.
Hopefully in a mo-
It's just like, do the Colts want to do a full season of Gardner Minshew? That's the question that they got to ask themselves. Are they okay with a full season of Gardner Minshew while Richardson would learn? I don't think Will Levis is even going to start if the
Yeah.
Colts. I don't think he's going to start the season. But he'll definitely get in. He would definitely get in before Richardson would. Again, I don't think anywhere Richardson goes, I don't think he should play this year at all, unless it's in sort of what San Francisco did, where they put Trey Lance in a couple packages, where, you know, pretty much he was running the ball most of the time, could pass it though on some of the plays. I think that would be something that whatever team drafts Anthony Richardson could do to get him involved, but just not be the guy right away.
Yeah, I mean, especially with the teams that you're working with in the top few picks, they're not, like you said earlier, they're not going to be playoff teams. So why would you risk the player that's supposed to be your future in a year where you're not going to contend?
Right. So we got the pick is in here. And I mean, Richardson was smiling back there and raising his eyebrows. So I'm not sure what that meant, but here we go.
One of the first elite picks, and we about to see the third. Here's the commission.
With the fourth pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Anthony Richardson,
Yeah.
quarterback,
Yeah.
Florida.
And like I said, it made so much more sense with Steichen's offense. And the fact that they have Gardner Minshew, apparently they are comfortable with him starting the entire year. The only way that Richardson starts a game this year is if Minshew gets hurt, I think, or in the last month of the season, if you know they're not in the playoff hunt, then you put him in like the Chiefs did with Patrick Mahomes in his rookie year.
Yeah.
But I think that was kind of the first shocker, a little bit, anyways. Everyone thought Levis was going to Indy, me included. But yeah, again, like I said, it makes total sense with what Steichen wants to run. And apparently, the Seahawks are getting calls right now, which I don't like. I would love for Seattle to take Jalen Carter. That is the hope, or whoever trades up to 5 to take Jalen Carter, because I would win myself a good amount of money there if he is picked at 5. But we'll see. We have 5:40 to go on Seattle's time. Haven't heard of any trades yet happening with the 5th pick. So we'll sit here and wait, but I think if they do stick, I think that's who they're going to go with. I think it's Jalen Carter. They have a big need in the interior defensive line spot, and he could anchor their line.
Yeah.
Uh,
I haven't seen enough of the Seahawks to know what they really need, so I'll defer to you.
yeah, I mean, I think it's Jalen Carter, Tyree Wilson. They do need edge rush help as well. That could be one. The only other thing would be Will Levis. Since they need a QB of the future, and if they would get one, Geno Smith's contract essentially is only a 1-year deal based off the structure of it. So that could be an option as well. What I've heard is the Seahawks aren't going to go quarterback at 5, even if one of the top 4 were there. I think they're going to look at that later in the first round or day 2. So I don't know. We'll see. But the issues that I had with Anthony Richardson here, since they're showing his film, the accuracy was atrocious, especially certain games that you watched. I remember I watched him against Kentucky, and he missed a screen pass by like 5 yards. And I was like, dude, where were you throwing the ball?
Yeah.
And, he also, I believe, this isn't 100% correct, but I think I remember him being under pressure and throwing the ball right to a defensive lineman that returned it for a touchdown, as well. So that was the big issue I saw with Richardson, the development. When he first declared, I was like, why? He should have. I think if he would have stayed in school 1, maybe even 2 more years, because he's a redshirt sophomore. He came out the first year he was eligible this year.
Yeah.
With only 13 games under his belt. And I think he needed to have more development. Now, obviously, we don't know what the circumstances are, why he chose to come out, but he's going to need development, whether it be in college or the NFL, and he chose to be developed in the NFL. So we will see how it works out in Indy.
We're getting down to the end of the clock here for Seattle.
Yeah, and I do not have any tweets of a trade yet. So we got 2:20 and no trades yet. So I don't know. It always interests me when they go to commercial like this and there's only a couple minutes left on the clock. I'm like, dude, like we're gonna miss the pick. So I don't know. But yeah, I'm hoping it's Jalen Carter here. Get him off the board at 5. I think that's a good fit. And like I saw people mentioning in their mocks, it gets him literally the farthest away from Athens, Georgia that he can be.
Yeah.
So he won't have any of the off-field things. He won't be close to any of his friends, any of that kind of
Off the field issue.
temptation. That's what
Yeah.
that's the word. So yeah, I think Seattle would be a good fit, and Pete Carroll knows how to coach them up. So
Carroll just wants to use the whole clock.
yeah, and as they say in the movie Draft Day, right at the beginning there, if they run out of time, the team behind them can jump up and take their pick. So, only happened twice, and the pick is in. So
There we go.
the Seahawks are going to make this pick here, no trade out, and I do think it will be Jalen Carter. anyways. And if they do select Jalen, he will be able to slide right in there, beside Braymont Jones and Jaron Reed. And I'd have to check Jalen Carter's size to see how much. I don't remember how much he weighs. 314, so that's perfect. Nose tackle in that Seahawks 3-4 defense that they run up there. So that would be perfect. That's an area of need. Again, that interior three would wreak havoc on the NFC West and the rest of the NFC. So yeah, well, we're on commercial again. See, and this is what I'm talking about. We're on commercial and the pick is in, man. We gotta go. Where's the commissioner at? We don't got time for courtyard.
No,
We need a pick. Because I bet the Lions, okay, I guess the Lions are almost down to 8 minutes, so it's not that far down, but there you got the Lions fans, crazy as ever, you Michiganders.
hey, we got something to root about for once. We gotta take advantage of it.
The Seahawks fans having a good time in Kansas City. You've never been to the draft, have you, Travis?
No, I have not. I wanted to. No, maybe next year when it's in Detroit.
All right, here we go.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Devin Witherspoon.
Wow.
Holy cow!
They go corner. Well, all righty. I mean, that was the third need, I would say. The D line was definitely the biggest one. They did need corner, though. They needed someone opposite of Tariq Woolen. They had Kobe Bryant, who they drafted with Woolen in that good draft class last year. They needed corner help, though, to get that third corner. He's going to line up on the outside, like I mentioned, and they get the number one corner in the draft. So I lose my Jalen Carter selection, but it's okay. Detroit can still take him and still make me money. I don't think they're going to, though. I mean, I don't know, though. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. They got. I would go defensive line. I mean, you got Aiden Hutchinson on one side. You got to throw someone else in there so he's not double teamed every time.
Yeah. So the three people that I see with or for the Lions here is Jalen Carter, Tyree Wilson. Those are the two. It's literally the same thing as Seattle. Jalen Carter, Tyree Wilson, and then the other corner, Christian Gonzalez. Those are the three that I can see here with Detroit, unless they shock everyone and go Will Levis.
No,
That's the outside the box one there. But yeah, I think D tackle is more of a need than D end
yeah,
for the Lions. Just looking at their depth chart, I don't know where they have. I don't know why they have James Houston at linebacker. He's James Houston does not play linebacker, people. He is a defensive end. And a very good one that they got in the 6th round last year. But oh man, dude, I love Devin Witherspoon's suit. It's like silk.
yeah.
That looks nice. me just randomly looking at the suits there.
Let's see.
But we got Detroit here, like I mentioned their three. Devin Witherspoon, though, fits what Pete Carroll wants to do. Get the Legion of Boom back together. That's essentially what they want. Legion of Boom 2.0.
Yeah,
Trying to build in Seattle right now.
I mean, with their division, I mean, there's a lot of passing teams, so it makes sense.
And okay, we got more action with the Arizona Cardinals. The Cardinals are moving to 6. So here we go. This is Tyree Wilson, I would think. Or Jalen Carter. I mean, both would fit again. It's the same thing it's the same needs that Seattle and Detroit had. It's the D line, the pass rush on the edge, or it's Christian Gonzalez in the other corner.
So then are the Lions moving to 12?
Yes, they are. It's I got the compensation right here. It's 12 and it's 6 for 12 and 34. So here we go. Arizona on the clock. And like I mentioned, it could be any of the people that we've been talking about for the last 20 minutes with Seattle and Detroit. And of course, everyone's tweeting and retweeting the pick compensation. So here we go with Arizona. And like I mentioned, their depth chart is Barron in the front 7, Zaven Collins, and their other end is Jonathan Ledbetter right now. They got LJ Collier in free agency from Seattle, former first-round pick there. They really don't have their corners aren't terrible, but there's no star power. There's no just, like number one guy essentially with Marco Wilson, Rashad Fenton, and Antonio Hamilton. But yeah, the defensive tackle spot is pretty bad. Rashard Lawrence, Lecky Fotu are the top 2 DTs there. So, okay, wait. Field Yates just put out different compensation. Here we go.
Traded to 12, and now he's trading back up the shits while getting.
Oh, okay.
And they want to protect Kyler Murray and make sure that he's a top priority. I will not be surprised if it's not offensive tackle.
So Adam Schefter saying Paris Johnson Jr., the offensive tackle right here. So I'm not sure exactly what the compensation is because Field Yates just tweeted out the Lions gave up 6 and 81 for 12, 34, and 168. So I'm not exactly sure which is right, if it's just 12 and 34 or if it's 12, 34, and 168 for 6 and 81.
I mean,
Okay, so the ESPN has it just 12 and 34 for 6.
yeah,
All right.
that would be the better trade.
What's
What's
up,
up, gentlemen?
How we doing?
How we doing?
Good, man. We're just chilling. Crazy start.
Every trade that gets announced, I'm thinking it's the Bears going to be trading back, but it's not.
And do we have the commissioner coming here for possibly a tackle? That's what Adam Schefter thinks. But I'm praying it's Jalen Carter still. I had his under 6.5, so
Oh, did you?
that's the hope. Here we go.
To trade the 6th pick to the Arizona Cardinals. With the 6th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Paris Johnson Jr.
Yeah,
Wow, I wanted him to fall to 9.
so it is the tackle. Well, yeah, the Cardinals. Maybe the Bears were looking at going up to 6.
Hey, who knows? I mean, you got to start protecting Kyler Murray somehow.
Yeah, and
This is a start.
it's weird though because their defense is so bad.
Yeah, it is.
Hmm.
Because didn't they trade Buda Baker too in the offseason or no?
He's requested a trade.
He requested a trade. Yeah, so if you lose him, it's another big piece.
Well, and that's one of the things. I mean, we could see Buda traded by the end of the night. I mean, the Cardinals. I don't know if someone would give a first for him, because he needs a new contract with whatever trade he gets. But
Yep.
who knows? I mean, yeah, Paris Johnson Jr. by far the best left tackle, solid base. I wanted the Steelers to trade up for him. I didn't think he was going to go this early. I thought the Bears were the first team at 9, and then hoping that he was going to slip maybe to 10. The Steelers could trade up to 10 like we did it in the mock draft last night. But yeah, I mean, now I got 2 more picks to hopefully get my Christian Gonzalez under 8.5 in here. So we'll see. But Paris Johnson going with the all white ice.
Is that white? I think it's gold.
Is it gold? It looked white to me.
I don't know. Oh,
Whatever. Whatever it is, he's a happy man going to the bank.
Yeah.
You
And I
get
mean,
both white and gold suits.
yeah.
like I was telling Travis earlier, I mean, the trade at 3, right? And then they trade back up to 6.
Yep.
This Monty Ossenfort is a rookie general manager. Like, he is
True.
really feeling.
Well, just think he's a rookie general manager. You have a first-time head coach. It's interesting times in Arizona.
Yeah. So there he is. Yeah, Travis said, I'm pretty sure it's white.
All right.
It looks like it's white, and it looks like it's got like a, I don't know if it's just like how I'm looking at it. Looks like it's got kind of like a wood kind of pattern. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if it's supposed to look like that or that's just how it looks on TV, but I don't know. I like his logo though.
Yeah, I
He's
did like that.
got a nice ice logo there.
I think. Who do you think Vegas is going to pick? Gonzalez?
I don't know because, well, I think that's their biggest need is
Yeah.
corner. So, yeah, but this is also a Will Levis destination. So
True. Very true.
and
I guess, yeah, because I think the Falcons gonna be interesting. I can see the Falcons trading back too.
yeah, and now it's starting to seem like I think what Peter Schrager had in his final mock draft, where Mr. Poles could be given GM of the year.
That's how you get the #1 rated guy out of college before all the stuff going on and trade the #1 pick.
He trades back to 9 and still lands Jalen Carter. I mean, that's
I
just,
will tell you, being from Chicago and obviously being a Bears fan my entire life, you would act like the Bears won the Super Bowl last year and we had the worst record in the league. But just having a competent organization at the top and coaching staff makes it seem like we're contenders. And it's kind of funny that we actually have people who know football running the Bears.
Yeah.
How we feel in Detroit?
Huh?
How we feel in Detroit too?
Yeah, right. And I think it's you finally have a coach in Campbell who gets it, and I think I was worried because Campbell's the type of guy where he comes in, right, has rah energy, and either the team buys in or they don't.
Yeah,
And I think Jared Goff is trying to finding form. You have St. Brown who's coming along. And you guys gonna be tough. I think it's gonna be a Bears Lions division because Kirk Cousins is gone almost probably after next year, and Rodgers is gone. So
yeah.
it'll be interesting in the North.
It'll be a nice
So-
change of pace.
It will be.
So the pick is in here for Vegas. I'm going with Christian Gonzalez. I think that's who they're going to go with. They have like 0 corners right now. Duke Shelley and Nate Hobbs are their starters right now.
Duke Shelley, former Bear,
Yeah.
did not pan out well for us.
And then they have David Long Jr., Brandon Facyson, and Amik Robertson, who's a former draft pick of them. So they definitely sorely need help at corner, especially with that division having to deal with Keenan Allen, Mike Williams, whoever the Chiefs put at receiver, and Portland Sutton and Jerry Jeudy. That's if Russell can get them the ball.
Yeah.
This is true. This is very true.
Um,
But hey, Sean Payton, he's gonna find a way for Russell.
so let's see what the black hole is picking here. If the commissioner is going to come out or not.
It's no, it hasn't, and here's it's a tough debate because.
So are we getting the pick or not? Been in for quite a while. I don't know. And it looks like here we go.
They bounce back from that, some part performance against Florida. Have a heck of a year for the Oregon Ducks. I mean, just think about, you have Max Crosby and you have Chandler Jones, and you still finish 27th in. So
Does
you-
Baltimore pick a receiver 2023 just to make Lamar happy?
There has to be in consideration here.
Possibly.
Here's what I will say.
People
get booed in this city. There's very little question that.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Commission's up.
With the 7th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Tyree Wilson.
All righty.
Texas Tech.
So Jalen Carter continues to fall, and it's the pass rusher.
Yeah.
That's an interesting pick. I mean, they have Max Crosby, they have Chandler Jones, they picked up Jordan Willis as well. I mean, I guess they're going with the philosophy. Well, we're not going to have to cover if our D line get there.
Yeah, I mean, in that division, you need guys that can get to the quarterback.
So, okay, Travis, ESPN showed that graphic, right, with the Lions trade, but the Lions just tweeted out the trade that Field Yates said. 12, 34, and 168 for 6 and 81 is what the Lions, that's the official trade from Detroit.
I don't know if I like that. That's
Well, they moved back 6 spots in the first. They gain a fifth. I believe 168 is a fifth. I don't remember when the fifth cuts off there. And then, but they move up from the 3rd round to the 2nd round, with 81-34. But no, I mean, Tyree Wilson, I didn't study him as much as I saw Will Anderson. Definitely the production was there. 7 sacks, 2 straight seasons at Texas Tech. Gonna pair well with Max Crosby, I think. And yeah, I mean, he's massive. So we got 5 minutes left for the Falcons here. And I'm just praying that it's Christian Gonzalez at this point. Because again, it could be Christian Gonzalez, it could be without the pass rusher on the board, the edge rush, now it could be Jalen Carter because they need pass rush from somewhere. But I think Atlanta really wants to, and the pick is in for Atlanta, but I think they really want to have that guy opposite of AJ Terrell to lock everyone down in their division. And their division really doesn't have a lot of great receivers anymore. I mean, you have Olave in New Orleans. There's not really a big threat in Carolina right now. And then, you know, Mike Evans, Godwin in Tampa.
Yep.
Of course, they go to commercial right for the.
It's what I was saying last time when Seattle was on the clock and they went to commercial with like 2 minutes to go on the clock. I'm like,
Do you
"What?"
think if Will Levis falls to 11, Tennessee's gonna take him?
Oh, that would be a windfall for Tennessee. I mean, that'd be just excellent value. And but I'm interested with Philly at 10. That's a trade point now. I mean,
Yeah.
it was already a trade point, like I mentioned to Travis early in a pre-draft. I thought Howie was already going to trade out of 10 to try to pick up a first next year, like he likes
Yep.
to do. And if Chicago doesn't trade out, Philly's going to trade out for a QB team to get ahead of Tennessee to take Levis. Who that is, I don't know. Vikings, possibly.
What about Washington? I mean, who's their QB for this year?
So what I heard from Peter Schrager was that Washington is totally comfortable with Sam Howell this year.
Hey,
Ron's gonna ride or die with Howell, and more than likely he's gonna lose his job over that. But who knows? I mean, Howell beat the Cowboys last year.
is Heineke still there or no?
No, he signed. I can't remember where he signed. He signed somewhere in free agency.
I must have looked it up for you. He signed with the Falcons. I mean, yeah, the Falcons.
Yeah.
I just don't know how you could tell yourself you're content with Sam Howell.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I said, he played well in the one game, and that's what they're going with at this point. I guess, anyways. But yeah, I mean, it's looking like at this point that Chicago is going to get Mr. Carter.
It's either to be him, or I think it's going to be the guy from Northwestern.
Yeah, Peter Skoronski would also be
Mhm.
a solid option. Keep him in state.
Absolutely, I could definitely see it being one of those two guys, unless they trade back.
Right. So it looks like the Falcons are getting the pick, I believe, right now. Again, they always say the pick is in, and then it takes them 10 minutes for the commissioner to get up there. So, like, print the names faster on the jerseys.
I know, it's nuts. I will say though, I'm not surprised, but there's a great crowd there tonight, Kansas City.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember. I mean, every year I think it increases in size. So here we go. Got some special friends with Roger up there. Well, Roger, you're there. Like, just get up there and say it, whatever you're gonna say.
For the Atlanta Falcons pick, I'm joined by Chris and Shane from Big Brothers Big Sisters of Kansas City. Chris and Shane are a true testament to the power of mentorship. The NFL and its teams work closely with Big Brothers Big Sisters of America as part of our work on social justice through our initiative Inspire Change. The Falcons are big-time supporters of the organization, and they're thrilled to have Chris and Shane making their pick. Okay, guys, take it away.
Just want to mention the Eagles have traded up with the Bears.
Wow.
With the 8th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Bijan Robinson, running back.
Wow. What?
Bijan Robinson to the Atlanta Falcons. That sinks my Tyler Algier dynasty stock. And again, it just doesn't make sense to me. I understand why. He's a top 5 prospect in this class, but Atlanta is not the team. It's not going to be worth it. He's not going to. I don't think the amount of wins is going to increase enough with a running back.
No.
No.
As opposed to taking a corner or defensive tackle. That's actually an area of need. Tyler Algier, I don't know exactly his stats, but I believe he ran for 1,000 as a rookie.
He did.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't understand it. Again, he is by far a top 5 prospect in this class.
Are the Eagles going to pick Carter, you think?
I would think so. I think that's where they're going. But I'll give you the
Pick is in already.
yeah, they know what they're gonna get. The Eagles traded a 4th rounder next year to move up 1 spot.
Huh.
So
I mean, the Bears must not have just been sold on Carter, or maybe they think that the LT from Northwestern will fall. Who knows?
yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, the thing is like it is a perfect spot for Jalen Carter.
Yep.
He'll be back with his teammate Jordan Davis, and let's see what Schefter has on it.
They're on Mel's board. And if we go back to where he played in college, he played with the Eagles.
I think someone with the name Rusty said that first before Schefter. Just want to claim that.
All right, while we're in between picks, I'm gonna head out. You guys have a good night.
All right, man. I appreciate you being on, Travis.
No
Good to see you,
problem.
Travis.
Good to
Have a
see you
good
too.
one.
But yeah, I think it's gonna be Jalen Carter. You know, it makes too much sense him being back with Jordan Davis there. And I mean, no one in the NFC East is gonna be able to run on the Eagles now.
No. I mean, it's a great pick. And I guess if you're worried about him being immature, you're going to a veteran football team that are
right.
contenders, and you're not gonna. Yeah, it's interesting.
And there's the war room, Mr. Laurie, Howie, Coach Sirianni. Very excited about their pick, it looks like, anyways.
And if you're Carter, you're thinking, can't be happier for him. I mean, if you're him, because he's going to a contender.
Yeah, I mean, I think also the Eagles talked. I think they probably talked to Jordan Davis and got the inside scoop.
Yeah.
Him and Kobe Dean both drafted last year. I think Davis is going to take him under his wing, and him and Fletcher Cox are going to be good mentors to him.
Yep.
If that's the pick. Again, we don't know, but other than that,
Yeah.
Christian Gonzalez makes a lot of sense here as well. Even with the re-signing of James Bradbury and Darius Slay, I think the Eagles were looking for corner. They're going to take one eventually this draft. But I've also heard Nolan Smith as well for Philly. So who knows?
Who would have thought this many trades the first round, though? That's a very active first round.
The top 10. We haven't even made it outside the top 10 yet. And we got 3 trades, I think, right? Yeah.
3 or 4. It's nuts.
Yeah, up to 3, up to 6. Yeah. And then this one I think is 3.
I think he could be spot on though, if Nolan Smith with the Bears.
Yeah, I hope not. I have Nolan Smith over 11. So I'm hoping the Bears take someone else. They need corner help because there's a corner available.
We do. We need corner help very bad.
And there's the compensation, 2024 4th round pick for moving up one selection here.
We're trying to get all those picks back that we lost with Pace.
Yeah. What am I? Again, not that Bijan's going to be a bust. It's just not. I don't like the fit in Atlanta.
No, because like you said, there's other holes that they need to fill, and they already have a rookie running back. You have Cortell Patterson. Not saying he's your guy for the future, but you have him. Who knows?
It might make sense here, but we've not yet heard anything. The Eagles tend to want to invest in the trenches. They're going to start round picks. I thought Bijan was there.
Well, another option for the Eagles is a tackle. Peter Skoronski could be right here.
Let's see.
Well, that's fine. That's like now. Here's the commissioners.
The Chicago Bears have traded the 9th pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 9th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Carter.
And there it is.
Defensive tackle. Georgia.
So yeah. Slide ends at 9. And yeah, I think it's perfect. Love the fit. Eagles need a defensive tackle and D-line help overall with the defections in free agency. So I like it. I'm fine with it.
Hey, now we get to the nitty gritty. 10 through the rest of the 32 picks. It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, and I don't like to I don't want to harp too much on the situation surrounding Jalen Carter's field. Because I was personally affected by that as well.
Yeah.
Knowing Chandler. But the Bears were real quick there, man. They they got their pick in. So who do you think your boys are going with?
I think it's gonna be the guy from Northwestern. I think that if they truly believe that Fields is the guy for the future, they got him DJ Moore. Now it's time to protect him. So I think that's gonna be the pick.
Yeah. I don't know if I've ever talked to you. I told you my thoughts on Justin Fields.
Let's hear it. Let's hear them.
They're not good. I can
No,
tell you.
I assume that just the way you preface the question.
I have never been a Justin Fields fan. And and granted, I didn't get accepted to Georgia while he was still there.
Yeah,
That was the year before I went,
okay.
was the national championship game, that they did the stupid fake punt in and whatever. With him, but and everyone's like, yeah, we should have put Fields in, then he would have stayed in Georgia, but I'm okay with that. Jake Fromm was the guy, Jake from State Farm, so
Jake from State Farm.
but yeah, I mean, you could see how much it does mean to him, just by the tears. And I mean, a lot of guys cry on draft night.
Oh yeah.
That's my guy right there, though. That's I don't know if he has a name. Not that I know of, but it's the same Eagles dude every time. He was,
Hey, some of these fans, that's why they have a fan hall of fame now.
yeah.
They have the Bears fan, the guy, I don't know if you ever seen him, he wears like the Bears uniform to the game. He was elected to the Hall of Fame, I think like 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh, okay. The only Bears one I remember is, I know there's always someone wearing a bear skin and like a bear.
That's him.
Oh, is it?
That's him. Yep. Yep.
Okay, I kind of want to listen to this since it's my team.
Bunch of emotions that you've gone through over the last few months.
I don't know, it's a lot. So I just want to thank God, I want to thank my mom, thank my family for being out there for me and supporting me. And you know, it's time to, the Eagles got the best player in the job. I'm for sure.
The Eagles guys got on the phone with you today. What did you tell them?
And I told them they got the best player in the job, and you know, day one when I get there, it's time to work. And we're gonna win the Super Bowl.
And you've got former teammates there already. What does that mean to you?
That means a lot. Jordan there and Kobe Dean, you know, I'm for the come there and talk to those guys, and we for the win.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, let's show you, Lewis, as we get your thoughts here.
Yeah. And they're gonna show some tape on Jalen Carter. I mean, he would have fit either way. 4-3-3-4. I don't think it really mattered. But the Bears, yeah, I mean, I think Skoronski is probably the pick. Unless they shock everyone and pick a different one. If they're not comfortable with his arm, like I know some teams weren't comfortable with having the shorter arm length as a tackle.
Yep.
Then we could maybe see a guy like Broderick Jones go here, back-to-back Bulldog picks possibly. Or a surprise. I mean, I've been seeing Darnell Wright mocked very high. So that could be another option at the tackle spot. Granted, Darnell Wright is a pure right tackle.
Anyone from the SEC, I'm comfortable with. So, you know, if you're coming from the SEC, obviously you want to get your offensive tackles or offensive linemen from the Big Ten, but I trust any player coming from the SEC.
Just trying to see what the Schefter was saying. By drafting Jalen Carter at 9, Eagles GM Howie Roseman's record remains intact. He's never drafted a running back, corner, tight end, or safety in the first round.
That's unbelievable. And especially for how prevalent those positions are when it comes to the first round, that's nuts.
Well, for how long he's been there, but here we go. Here's your boys.
Darnell Wright, offensive tackle.
You called it. You called it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, it makes total sense. What if Raj doesn't know what's going on? He's like, did I take the wrong card? But no, there's Darnell at his home, mountain of a man. And yeah, I mean, an awesome right tackle. He was a fantastic Senior Bowl guy. Not much is going to get by on Justin Fields' front side now.
You know what? I'll say this. Ever since Poles took over, he has a specific type of player he wants. And he's not shy to stray away from whatever he thinks they're going to do. Like you said, I'm not surprised with this pick at all.
Yeah, so now it does make me wonder if I was right in saying,
Sure.
maybe the Bears weren't comfortable with Skoronski's length on his arms.
Yeah.
Play tackle. So now the question is, do you slide Tevin Jenkins back to left? Because I think you have to play Darnell at right.
You have to. And I think that's Tevin Jenkins' preferred position. And I think he's going to be more comfortable. And I still believe in him. And I think he kind of got the rough end of the stick last year with the new regime, almost traded him, rumors. But you have him on the left and Darnell on the right. It's huge. And I think the one thing I think why Poles likes him is because Hendon was a mobile quarterback.
Yeah.
And essentially that's what Fields is. So this should be interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's only a surprise to people maybe at 10 because he's a right tackle. And if he was a left tackle, I don't think anyone would bat an eye about it. But the thing is we've seen right tackles getting picked earlier as the years have gone on. Obviously, the Eagles back in 2013, Lane Johnson, 4th overall, didn't know he was going to play right tackle, thought he was drafted to play left. Worked out that he ends up being probably the best right tackle in the NFL.
Yeah.
But then I'm trying to think who else recently. My mind's just blanking on recent tackles that have been drafted that were strictly rights. But and of course, broadcast, we go to commercial when we got the Titans pick in. So I don't know. This seems to happen every year. The picks start coming and then we get backed up and at least they do it on day 2 and 3 where they just or day 3 where they just boom, 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 just put them all out there.
Yeah. No, I agree. The commercials pay the bills, unfortunately.
Yeah. But yeah, so Tennessee here. I mean, Will Levis is there.
I think you have to. I really do. I mean, I think we saw who Malik Willis was last year. And unless you give him another chance or you have someone compete with him, but it wasn't pretty. That's for sure.
Yeah, so I think Will Levis is an option. Skoronski now becomes an option, and I don't think Tennessee thought that he was going to be there. Maybe
true,
but also the tackles went a lot earlier than I thought they were going to go. I thought Chicago at 9 was the first spot, and then Arizona picks one at 6.
Yep.
Get a second one now at 10. And so now there's really only a couple left that have first round grades. What is up, Mark? How you doing, brother?
Doing good. Was at a draft party. Got away a little bit from work, and I'm just loving the text message that I sent you guys. I said that the Eagles. Somebody asked me from Georgia where Jalen Carter is going, and I said, "Hear me out. The Eagles will draft him to pair with Jordan Davis for 2 reasons. Why wouldn't you want him on both of the same line? And you got him with a familiar teammate that can show him the ropes as a rookie."
Yeah, I agree. And I think we're getting the Titans pick here. Let's see if it's a Kentucky quarterback.
Looking good in a suit. I like it.
I know you probably can't see it because of the lighting, but
It's usually what I have to wear during the day, so it's nice to be in a Panthers shirt and a hat at nighttime.
this is pretty much Carolina blue, the Panthers blue right here in this tie. Which is why I wore it. Love that I got a quarterback back-to-back years. Got Pickett last year for the Steelers, Bryce Young this year. Very excited about the quarterbacks for my 3 teams that I got now. There's the Titans brass. Mike Vrabel, new GM Rand Carthon sitting there. Amy Adams Strunk, the Titans owner. And it looks like, I mean, the Lions only had like 4 minutes on their clock, so looks like Detroit didn't pick yet. But we'll see if we're gonna get the Titans pick anytime soon. Who knows?
That has happened before, hasn't? It's been what, 4 or 5 years?
Yeah. But we got a pick in. We're just waiting on it for forever. But I think here we go.
All right, and I do see the commissioner making his way here, so Tennessee will announce their selection, and then the Lions.
Yeah, the Packers are already on the clock. So
Wow.
Lions pick is in as well.
Here from the commission.
With the 11th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Peter Skoronsky,
All right.
You
Yeah.
called it, Rusty.
Northwestern.
Yeah, and that's what, like I said, that's the other guy that I thought, because again, I didn't think he was going to be here alone. So it makes a lot of sense. They needed tackle help sorely with Taylor Lewan moving on.
Yep.
I can't recall what they have it right, but even if he doesn't play tackle, I mean, he is a solid prospect wherever he plays. But I do think I believed in him as a tackle, despite the short arms. Very solid base, and you can see the film right here. There he's in run game right there. Nice double team onto the linebacker. But I'd like to see his pass pro. They're just doing the run game right here. But the pass pro is where the arms come in. That's what the issue is. And I mean, that was just a bad move by the Minnesota defensive end. But and here you go, he's pulling as a tackle. But yeah, left tackle, or well, actually, it looks like I forgot they got Andre Dillard to play left. So it's the Titans. I drafted him as a guard.
Interesting. Okay.
Because, yeah, and there you can see, there's the G on the screen. Because they have Nicholas Petit-Frere at right tackle, Dylan Radins, and Daniel Brunskill at guard right now. So he'll compete with those two.
And they're looking to add some playmakers on the offensive side of football. Running back, tight end. Remember last year they traded TJ Hawkinson to Minnesota. At some point here, there'll be a tight end and a running back as well, Raymond. They're also going to be good enough.
So the Lions pick is in. Schefter saying eventually they're going to get an offensive player. And if it is a tight end, I'm praying it's Dalton Kincaid, because I haven't won a lot of bets tonight, people. So Dalton Kincaid first tight end would be a nice chunk.
I'm pulling for you, Rusty.
The issue is if it's a tight end in Detroit, it's going to be Michael Mayer, not Dalton Kincaid.
Notre Dame.
Here we go.
The Detroit Lions select Jahmyr Gibbs,
And that is
Alabama.
way farther up than anyone had Jahmyr Gibbs going.
Do you think this is because of the recent suspension? with Williams.
I mean, I don't know. So they signed David Montgomery, right?
They did. True. Very true.
And they have DeAndre Swift, who's in the last year of his rookie deal, I believe. So, I mean, I love Jahmyr Gibbs. I knew he was going to go in the first round at some point. I just didn't think he was anywhere near a top 15 selection. And the issue that I had with him is that I thought he was a little more leaner and that he was more of a zone kind of outside runner rather than between the tackles.
Yep.
But we'll see how Detroit uses him. I mean,
Well, that was going to be my question, not to interrupt, and I won't even take the take on it. But how are they going to use him, in your opinion?
I mean, I could see them using him as receiving back. I mean, I don't know if he's necessarily a 3-down back like Bijan is, because they can use David Montgomery on early downs and have Jahmyr Gibbs on 3rd downs. But then it's like, well, when do you use DeAndre Swift then? So I don't know.
And something that I want to point out to anyone that is watching this that I find funny in the draft, and Hollywood does things differently if you watch draft day. Every war room high fives each other and hugs each other like they got the man that they had from day one. And that's what I find funny when watching the NFL draft live, right? And we know there's so many moving parts. People come off of your draft board. You had somebody here, you had somebody there. I want to see one day in the draft where the war room is like, okay, let's have maybe golf claps, because it's not the person we really actually wanted.
Yeah. It's always like, yeah, he was the first guy on our board since day one. We loved him since our first visit.
Every draft pick is the person that we wanted. Oh my gosh, let's hug each other. We know we're on camera, guys. Let's really get lauded for this trip, for this pick.
Right.
And it looks like the Packers pick is in, but just want to mention the tweet that I got from Schefter. The Lions, they pick at 12, and now they have 5 of the next 43 selections. 18, 34, 48, and 55.
So I was not on earlier. I think the Texans hit a home run. Definitely just Will Anderson, I think, is maybe you can mark it right now. It's hard for him to be a bust, and they got a quarterback. They got a linebacker. I think after the Texans, the Detroit Lions are going to have an amazing draft because of how many picks they have.
Yep. And we were talking earlier kind of how the Lions, and I'm coming from Chicago, a Bears fan, finally you feel like a competent team up top and a competent coach running the football team. So you just trust their picks now, and you know it's the right move.
Yeah. So I don't want to make Packers fans mad more than they already usually get at me for just hating on the Packers like I do usually on the podcast, because I'm in Wisconsin. But this is something I've been saying, and it's happened when the computer has made picks when we've been doing our divisional mock draft series. This is something that's been happening. It is Will Levis to the Packers. We don't know the pick yet, but I am just saying he is still sitting there. He is a better prospect than what Jordan Love was.
Yeah.
So here's my question on quarterbacks. Are we going to have 4 in the first round? Will we have 4?
I believe there will be 5.
And my question was, are we going to have a 5th? Is Hendon Hooker going to be picked?
I do think he will, whether that's Minnesota or at the end of the round, we could see your team The LA Rams.
And everybody, and I know you guys addressed this, there's going to be one less pick this year.
Yeah.
Issues.
So I could see your team, the Rams, coming back in to the first round, or coming in. I shouldn't say come back in, come into the first round. Or someone like the Lions, who have all that draft capital, coming back in to get their guy at the end of the round.
Because we know the Rams don't have first round picks for like next 18 years. Just kidding.
Right.
Kidding.
If they don't trade in this year, it'll be 7 straight without a first. So who are the Packers going to? I mentioned Will Levis. I don't think they're going to go corner.
I hope it's a receiver, to be honest with you.
Nolan Smith is one to watch here, I think, as well as Broderick Jones, or the receivers. Or
I like Nolan.
Mocked.
I like Nolan Smith here.
13th picks in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Green Bay Packers select Lucas Van Ness.
All right. And that's another one. That's the only one that I didn't mention. But yeah, they went with the upside in Lucas Van Ness instead of Nolan Smith, which makes sense. The only issue I have with Lucas Van Ness in the Packers defense is they run a 3-4. He's going to have to slide inside because of how big he is. I don't know his exact weight, but I believe he's around 260, 272. Yeah, he's going to have to slide inside to their DN spot in their 3-4, and probably play more of a 5-tech kind of position, which is what he did at Iowa. I mean, he never started, but he has outside inside versatility. I just think 272 is pretty big to put an outside backer.
And the one draft in all of professional sports that no one's ever really figured out is the NFL. Let's talk about that a little bit. It's easy to give somebody in basketball that's 6'8", 270 the ball every night and say, go get me a bucket.
Mm-hmm.
NFL is a lot different. And so what I would say on that is, you might use them in a different technique, a different scheme, but Iowa throughout the year has always been really good at defense. And was he the anchor of it? Was he the second anchor of that? And if we can build off that, it should come to the NFL organically wherever we put you.
Yep.
And I got what I wanted. The Pittsburgh Steelers are coming up to 14. They're not going to get a tackle, though. This is going to be an amazing selection. They're probably going to get the second best corner in this draft. Christian Gonzalez sitting there. Desperately need corner help in Pittsburgh. Cameron Sutton going to Detroit. They signed Patrick Peterson. Who knows if he plays corner, might play safety. I love this.
I agree with that.
know that New England is never afraid to start bouncing around.
All right, Rusty, I'm gonna get out of here.
All right, Joe, I
Good
appreciate
to
it.
see. Of course, you're gonna be at school tomorrow or no?
Yes, sir. I will be there.
I'll see you at school. Good meeting you, Coach Warren. Have a good one.
So yeah, I think this is a corner right here. I think the Steelers trade up, they get their corner that they needed. Or Broderick Jones.
We all know that the NFL is pass happy, so you better get a corner.
Yeah, and especially with Odell in Baltimore now, Ravens might draft another receiver as well. And of course, you gotta compete with the Bengals and Jamar Chase, Tyler Boyd, and T. Higgins, and Amari Cooper in Cleveland. So I think your corner makes a lot of sense. Other than that, again, the two Georgia guys, Broderick Jones, Nolan Smith, both could be on this Steelers pick here. So who knows? I think that is that Broderick Jones? I believe that is Broderick Jones. Yes, that is Broderick Jones live looking there. But yeah, I'm excited about this. I desperately wanted Paris Johnson Jr. for Pittsburgh. Wasn't even close to getting that with the Cardinals trading up to 6 to get him. But consolation prize is fantastic. Getting the second best corner, there is a drop off, and that's a great trade. 4th round pick, 120th overall. It's kind of tough. I think the Steelers are going to have to trade back later because they don't have a lot of picks. So they're going to have to trade back later. But I absolutely love this for Pittsburgh, getting a lockdown corner in Christian Gonzalez, who had a fantastic season last year at Oregon. And yeah, my Packers friends are texting me pissed off once again. The pick is in here, and I believe we're about to get the Steelers. Hopefully it's Christian Gonzalez here.
On the round of the playoff chase pretty much the entire year last year, and so much of the credit for that given to their head coach Mike Tomlin. They make the selection of the fourth seed, and the commissioner with the announcement.
The New England Patriots have traded the 14th pick to the Pittsburgh Steelers. With the 14th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Broderick Jones.
See, and
offensive tackle, Georgia.
that's the other one that I said. You know, one of the 2 Georgia guys. I said him and Nolan Smith, and there he is, Broderick Jones in Lithonia, Georgia. Fantastic selection. Now the only thing is, Broderick Jones, I believe, plays right tackle more than he played left, which is okay. Regardless, the Steelers needed a tackle, whether it was a right or a left tackle. So I'm okay with him. Either way there, I think going to be a solid pick for Pittsburgh. And I'm happy that we got a tackle, because I think that was the biggest need to protect Kenny Pickett and help out Najee Harris in that run game. There you can see left tackle at Georgia, and I'm hoping he plays left for the Steelers. That's
If you're not going to take what we talked about in pass defense, you have to take somebody that's going to protect a valuable asset in the NFL. What's your best asset? It's a cornerback. So I have no problem with this. I know you don't. And we're both Kenny Pickett fans, and we're both Georgia fans. So I love this. I love this. It had to go one or the other way, and it went this way, and I'm not upset about it.
Yeah, and also it was key. It was very key for the Steelers to get ahead of the Jets. The Jets needed a tackle as well. Broderick Jones, the last top option at tackle, until you get down to guys like Anton Harrison and DeJuan Jones later on in the first, early second round. So clutch move by GM Omar Khan in his first draft as the Steelers GM, I believe. I can never remember. I was talking to Logan about this yesterday when we were doing the mock draft. I can never remember if last year was Omar Khan's first draft as GM or if it was Kevin Colbert's last. And I don't remember. But and here we go. Mr. Rogers' new team. They're not going to take a wide receiver, would they? Would they do that?
You got to get protection, right? If Breece Hall comes back healthy, you signed people on the outside, you have a good defense, you got to protect a 40-year-old, right? You have to.
Well, like I mentioned, though, there are no top offensive linemen left that are worth the pick here. So then you start looking at what else is there. I don't believe they're going to take Christian Gonzalez. And so now we're looking at Dalton Kincaid. I mean, I could see that.
Okay, look, hear me out. We don't know that the pick is in. I love Dalton Kincaid, but you have two options, in my opinion, to even beef up what you really. The Jets are going to get in the playoffs because of the defense. So, do you double up on really great corners? Do you get Nolan Smith, or do you get Dalton Kincaid? I think this is a really fun pick as I won't even say as a GM, but as a whole organization. What are you going to throw all of your eggs into? Okay, we just got Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. Are we going to give him a weapon? Are we going to make our defense so good that all you have to do is be mediocre on offense?
Yeah, and I mean, our guy Chris Cherry on Tuesday, we did the AFC East mock. I mentioned tight end for the Jets, and he said, no, we're good. We have Tyler Conklin. We have CJ Uzama. And I was like, are you good though? Are you really good? I don't know. I think Dalton Kincaid, I would love him.
I mean, those are the three areas besides the quarterback in the NFL to me is you have to stop passing, you have to get pass rush, or you have to go downfield. I actually would take a tight end right here because it's only another weapon if you think your defense is that good and you go down the middle, you let people go down the sideline, you have Breece Hall coming back. I'm a big believer in tight ends. You see Travis Kelce nowadays.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but so yeah, I'm not sure with what's on the board. I don't like a lot for the Jets. Based off what they need, there's no offensive lineman available.
You know what, Rusty? They should just do the most Jet thing, just like the Packers do, and just take Aaron Rodgers back up and groom him for the next 2 to 3 years.
Well, that's what Zach Wilson is supposed to be doing now. Apparently, Zach Wilson is going to be the new Jordan Love.
You know, I was joking with that though, but it would be funny if they took a Will Levis right here.
Yeah,
they are absolutely not taking Will Levis.
I do think it's going to be Nolan Smith, unless they shock everyone and take a wide receiver.
I actually kind of like the Christian Gonzalez pick because you have him opposite of Sauce.
Yeah, it's not a bad pick. I just think pass rush is more of a need, and Nolan Smith is playing cards right now. He's literally playing cards, watching the draft. Is he not from Georgia? All I'm gonna say is he not from Georgia. Waiting to get picked. And luckily at his demise, I hit a bet on him. His draft position over 11. So that was nice. Sorry, Nolan, but that's that's how the game goes. That's one of the few that I have won tonight. Since I didn't get Jalen Carter and I didn't get Christian Gonzalez right. So gotta win some, right?
We're not going to talk about Jalen Carter because I should have played the lotto with what I said tonight. Yeah. And we have it documented if anyone wants to see it.
Okay, so New York's pick is in. Now, if they don't go Dalton Kincaid, Washington could go Dalton Kincaid in a heartbeat. I mean, with the injury issues Logan Thomas has had, and they could get their second year quarterback somehow. Well,
and to preface off that, Ron Rivera loves tight ends. Let's just point that out right now.
Greg Olson in Carolina.
Maybe, I don't know. I've never heard of him, but maybe.
like I said, Logan Thomas, he's had, but hasn't had him enough on the field throughout his time in Washington. So it's kind of crazy that Logan Thomas has kept his starting spot through all the injuries. Like they really haven't got a different guy in there yet.
I mean, they're licking at the chops. They want Dalton.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's
I don't even think that it would take 2 minutes to get their pick in.
if this isn't Christian Gonzalez, Washington's doing what you said, running to the podium with Christian Gonzalez, because Kendall Fuller's on the last year of his deal. They severely need secondary help.
What isn't talked about between Mel and, Todd McShay is this is the area where people are like, okay, this is on my draft board. I want these people. You better take your pick up to the podium. Otherwise, I'm running up there.
Yeah. Yeah, so we got 3 teams here, Jets, Commanders, and the Patriots. Hey, who knows? Patriots might trade down again at this point. That's just a Belichickian way of doing things. But here we go. Here is New York's pick.
From Canton, New York, it's wishes to announce the first round pick for the Jets. We will have the honor of doing that. In fact, I see them coming up. The staircase, the Jet fans are excited. These are heavy days of this franchise. And here comes the commissioner and his special guest to announce the pick.
That kid's hyped.
The NFL to be part of the global community that supports the life-changing wishes that Make-A-Wish grants. With World Wish Day only a couple days away, I'm joined by Kyle Stickles, a Make-A-Wish kid who battled and overcame bone cancer. Kyle's wish is to announce the first round pick of his favorite team, the New York Jets. I'd like all of you to join me in cheering on Kyle as his wish comes true. The floor is yours, Kyle.
Thank you, Mr. Goodell. I'd also like to thank the NFL, the New York Jets, and the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Northeastern New York for giving me this opportunity to. With the 15th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Jets.
Well, all right. That kid's awesome, man. That's how you make a pick. But wow.
Yes, sir.
Will McDonald way earlier than what I thought. I thought he was a late first round guy. Now this is bringing into, like I mentioned with Skoronski and his shorter arms, Tennessee drafted him as a guard. It's the same thing with Nolan Smith now. I think teams might be scared with what I've been hearing of what the concern was with Nolan Smith of his slighter frame. 238 pounds, really light for an outside backer. That might be Nolan Smith's issue right now.
That'd be the only thing. And they totally went opposite of what. Well, I mean, you're trying to rush the quarterback. So they went with this, but I did not see this pick coming. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, I mean, I do really like Will McDonald, though. I believe he was a 3-year starter at Iowa State, ultra productive. You can see the motor there. Getting to the quarterback is what he does. And sacking Caleb Williams there, actually.
What the two things that I look for in defensive players is how are you ball hawking and how do you change trajectories? And that's all hip movement. And he's got great hip movement. You get blocked on one side, you can turn the other side. That's all off of your hips. and I do like his hips in this. And that sounds weird for anybody listening, but if you're really watching cornerbacks, defensive ends, they have to shift movement so much. It's not just athleticism, it's techniques and how your hips actually shift according to how you're getting hit or where the ball is at.
Yeah, definitely one of the things you look for, especially when they do that drill at the combine where the defensive ends and outside linebackers are doing a backpedal pretty much, but it's a move drill side to side. That's what that drill is.
And that's exactly why Illinois' cornerback went so early. I haven't seen that good of hip movements since, I guess I can't say since. Sauce Gardner has been really good, and I saw it. But you can go back to Deion Sanders and those type of cornerbacks.
Yeah, for sure. And of course, we go to commercial and we already have a pick in. That's probably about the third time ESPN's done this tonight.
I said that earlier in the draft party with our coaches and our football players, is the draft pick is in. Well, I guess we all have to see everybody that gave money to the NFL to have a commercial now. I just want to know the draft pick, please.
Right. So, Mark, if you wanna talk through who you think Washington is going to go with, I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick.
I do believe that Washington. We'll talk about your small bladder. Make sure you relieve it and come back first. I do believe that Washington will come with a tight end. We know Ron Rivera's time at Carolina predicated off of a really good linebacker. I don't think that there's anyone that he can say, oh, that's a Luke Kuechly right now in this draft. You have a young quarterback. The only other question that people can ask is, they didn't pick up Young's option, so are they going to go a defensive player, somebody they can replace if they don't think he's healthy? But I do believe the tight end position, being able to go down the middle of the infield is huge in today's NFL repertoire. The only reason they wouldn't go tight end, in my opinion, is what I said is, they didn't pick up Young's option.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Defensive end on as a free agent as well.
Yeah, and you're going with Logan's philosophy. Logan was saying that last night when we did the mock draft about Chase Young. Makes a lot of sense for Nolan Smith here. Like we've been saying the last 3 picks, we've been waiting for Nolan Smith to go. I'm hoping for Dalton Kincaid. I would make a lot of money if Mr. Kincaid went.
Now that we've talked about this, I could actually this makes sense for Nolan Smith. Personally, I'm just going to throw this out here. Injuries happen in today's day and age. I don't see how you don't pick up Young's option unless he just walked to somebody and said, look, I don't know who's buying the team. I don't know what's going on, and I don't want to be here, and you don't pick it up. Because injuries happen, right? And players bounce back with them in today's technology and great surgeons in a way that we haven't seen them. You're looking at different sports. Kevin Durant is coming back after an Achilles heel, and as long as he stays healthy, he's scoring 35 points. Tom Brady came back from one knee injury and was Tom Brady. Why wouldn't you sign Mr. Young?
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Emmanuel Forbes, defensive.
What
That makes sense. That makes sense, though. Now he went above some of the other corners I thought he was going to go. I thought he was after both Joey Porter Jr. and Deonte Banks. But it makes a lot of sense. They needed corner help opposite Kendall Fuller. Kendall Fuller on an expiring contract as well. they need help covering all the receivers in the division. AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, whoever the Giants trot out, and then CeeDee Lamb and Michael Gallup and Brandon Cooks in Dallas. Makes a lot of sense.
I like it because of the receivers in the division, but I don't like it on a needs basis.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? And I don't know if a lot of people can. I'm not saying that people can't keep up, and I'm not the smartest football person in the room by any means.
I love Emmanuel Forbes. I was hoping that he would slide out of the first round. Steelers could pick him up with 32.
But that's what I'm saying. At this pick right now, I would have took. So here's how it's going to be a good pick, Rusty. And hear me. If you sign Chase Young, then this is a good pick because you still have a pass rusher.
Right.
Does that make sense? You have to bank on multiple things happening. And I like that they are saying, hey, this to me says we're signing Chase Young. We're going to make him prove that he's not injured anymore. And we're going to throw every brink truck in DC at Chase Young.
Well, I don't know if that's going to happen, but you see Ron Rivera there, GM Martin Mayhew. Looks like we're going real quick to the Patriots here. Not sure who this is going to be. Don't got time to talk about it.
Well, it's going to be creative. It's going like
the New England Patriots select Christian Gonzalez.
Well, and that's just Bill stealing from everyone else. I mean, the slide had to stop.
I like that pick.
Bill slid back.
I like that.
Well, I didn't even remember Christian Gonzalez was there because Washington's pick came and it was Emmanuel Forbes. And
I would have picked him before Fuller, but it's the same thing that's gonna happen with these two picks is Bryce Young and CJ Stroud are always going to be compared to each other because they went 1 and 2. So these picks are going to come both. But why wouldn't you pick this?
Yeah, I mean, this makes up. Bill's trying to make up for last year and the Cole Strange. But no, it was a need because they have Jonathan Jones, who they love, who is really good. They needed a guy opposite him. They had Miles Bryant slotted in as the other starter on ESPN anyways. And obviously they have Marcus Jones in the slot and Jack Jones, both guys they drafted last year. So, I mean, it makes sense. And it's an absolute just highway robbery at 17. So,
and let me ask you this. Where did Christian play football at?
Oregon.
And where is the West Coast offense and what does the West Coast offense do? If I'm not wrong, does the West Coast not throw it about every play in college football?
Yeah. Well, I mean, is this a direct pick because of number 8 in New York now?
100%.
And there he is. I mean, the Lions could get their quarterback of the future right here. Or they go back on offense and get a tight end, which they have absolutely zero of. But again, I hate if they go tight end, I hate it because I know they're going to pick Michael Mayer instead. At least that's what I think. That's more of a Dan Campbell kind of guy than Dalton Kincaid.
What?
But
You want to bite knees?
We have 3 straight teams here that are Will Levis contenders. Detroit, Tampa, and Seattle. But I want to throw something out that would shock everyone probably and might be a little crazy. Hendon Hooker goes before Will Levis. That would be something entertaining to see.
Will Levis and Hendon Hooker are both the same prototypical big guys that you want in the NFL. Will Levis was having an amazing season at Kentucky. Am I not wrong, Rusty? Tell me if I'm wrong. Got injured. I mean, he was Heisman hopeful before he got injured. Both of them, I think, were coached by great coaches. I thought, and I love Atlanta's pick because I love running backs, and I know you can find them later. I thought if Atlanta didn't pick Bijan, that they would pick Will Levis because Mariota is not the long-term answer. Let's be honest.
Mariota's in Philly. They're rolling
You're
with
right.
Desmond. They're rolling with
You're
Desmond.
right. I'm sorry. You're right. That's my belay my last. That's on me. And so I was talking to a coach tonight, and you either get Levis or Bijan at Atlanta and pair with Pitts. I actually really like that pick, but they could have had Levis or even Hendon Hooker. I wouldn't pick Hendon Hooker before that. So I think the next quarterback that is picked, I do think it's Will Levis. But let me tell you right now, before Bryce Young, you know what he was going to do at Auburn or Alabama. Sorry, you knew C.J. Stroud was going to be protected in his offense. The two quarterbacks that actually got the most Heisman hype this year, were Levis and Hendon Hooker.
Yeah, so I think based off the teams here, I think Levis makes a lot of sense for Detroit and Tampa based off what their offense like to do. And Hooker
I
makes
think
a lot of sense for Seattle based off what they like.
I 100% think that Levis is a fit in Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
And if I'm Detroit, you draft him to learn under the quarterback that I don't talk about because he lost me a Super Bowl, and you know why I won't say his name. I'm just going to throw that out there. But he had a great year last year. I really do think Levis is a better fit than what they drafted. And it's an afterthought than Kyle Trask. We know that who's there. And I love Baker Mayfield commercials. I actually think Will Levis would be a good fit.
Yeah. And
you could say they're all the same, but I don't think that. I think Kyle Trask had a lot of options at Florida, and it made him flourish. Will Levis had one receiver and a good defense.
Well, and how about a receiver here for Detroit? Jamison Williams suspended for 6 games. They have a couple other receivers suspended for 6 games and one other one for the entire year. So
I think receiver makes perfect sense here.
It's crazy that everyone was like, bro, receivers early teams are going to go, and we're almost out of the teams, and none have went.
If you can get the best receiver in the draft, in your opinion, why wouldn't you? And Jared had a lot of good statistics last year.
Mm-hmm. But the only thing is if a receiver is here for Detroit, it's not Jackson Smith and Jigba for me. It's Quentin Johnston because they need an outside receiver. Jamison Williams is a slot guy, more likely. Quentin Johnston is the big, tall receiver, the only one that has the height in the first round receiver conversation. So let's see here what Detroit does.
Second pick of the night, they took a running back from Jahmyr Gibbs in a bit of a surprise.
So yeah, we got Jahmyr Gibbs, and now let's see if we go. They mentioned they wanted running back, tight end, and wide receiver here. So
DeAndre Swift can't stay healthy.
The team, a lot of people liking that NFC North where Aaron Rodgers will no longer be dominating the division in Green Bay. feels somewhat wide open, maybe.
And I mean, the Lions, you might as well give them the NFC North crown now.
In that quest, again, Junior Kid.
Watch the Bears win the division.
Here we go. What's Roger got for us?
With the 18th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jack Campbell. linebacker.
Wow.
I did not see that. I did not see that coming.
And, you know, I had one linebacker with a first round grade, and it was Drew Sanders from Arkansas. I absolutely love Jack Campbell. He is a Dan Campbell guy. This is a perfect pick. Fits exactly the kind of tenacity that Dan Campbell loves in his players. This is my, you know how I have a Big Ten linebacker every year, right? This is my guy. I absolutely love Jack Campbell. Wanted him in the second round to either the Eagles or the Steelers. Detroit gets him in the first round. It's probably a little early, but I absolutely love Jack Campbell.
Okay, look. I did not have the Jack coming on this pick. But preface what I said earlier about Iowa and having a really good defense and 4 picks earlier. Sometimes you have to go with people people that you see, people that you trust. And I'm a big believer in Dan Campbell. They have the same last name. That has nothing to do with, what's funny. But they're going to bite kneecaps, man. They really will.
Yeah, he's a guy that is excellent in run stuffing. And in the only issue that I had with him, I wasn't so sure on his pass coverage, but they just showed some film of him covering backs out of the backfield, and he's definitely big enough to cover tight ends. And they have to go up against their old guy two games every year, and TJ Hawkinson. So I think that's a great guy to help cover Hawk. And he's going to have to cover Dalvin Cook, Alexander Madison out of the backfield, as well as Aaron Jones. So I think that's a fantastic selection, and love it. Love Jack Campbell. Wish it was wish it would have been in the second round though to one of my teams. And here we go with the Buccaneers pick. Is this Will Levis? And why are we going to commercial, ESPN? The commissioner's coming out right now. What are we doing? This doesn't make sense. I don't care. Marriott, get off the screen. So here we go. We are waiting for, it's not Marriott, it's open the front door. What front door, whatever that is, but here we go.
You're waiting to hear the names of 2 quarterbacks that we expect to go in round 1 tonight. Will Levis from Kentucky and Hendon Hooker from Tennessee. This feels like a spot that he could take place. Now that they choose
And I think our guy Danny Potter is going to come on here, talk about the Packers taking Lucas Van Ness. Get him on here. But we should be getting the Bucks pick here shortly. And here we go. Is this Will Levis?
With the 19th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Elijah Cansey.
Okay.
No, sir.
I mean, this is a, do I dare say it's an Aaron Rodgers type of slide right now for Will Levis. This is back-to-back guys I absolutely love. Elijah Cansey, undersized. Of course, they're going to compare him to his Pitt guy, his fellow Pitt Panther, Aaron Donald. He's 6'1", 282, very small for an interior defensive lineman. Makes sense. He's going to slide in next to Vita Vea and provide instant interior pass rush.
But that's why it makes sense in the scheme of what Tampa Bay wants to do. Is you're next to Mr. Villa, and what I call him. But if you're telling me that if we're and I've heard it, and hopefully you've heard it, and everybody's heard it, the best players stacked up against each other. If you just had to say the best players in the draft, everybody has Bijan Robinson as the first best player, athletically, like LT. This guy is next, and he's smaller. But if you can get someone that is almost exactly like Aaron Donald in production, I'm not saying size, attributes, but if he does anywhere near his counterpart from the same university, you just got to steal in the draft.
Yeah, and they kind of went strength on strength here, because when I look at the Bucks depth chart up front, Greg Gaines, Vita Vea, Logan Hall are their interior three. That is pretty solid. And even if you would kick Cansey outside, which he's too big to play outside linebacker, based off his weight, outside they still have Joe Tryon-Shoyinka and Shaq Barrett and Anthony Nelson. So not sure where he's going to play.
Here's my question to anybody that's watching, and to specifically you. I don't like small quarterbacks, but the game is changing. So then you have your first pick in, let's go back a few years, and you have Baker Mayfield. Now you have Bryce Young. You have a smaller interior guy that everybody says is smaller, but is he A, athletic, B, agile, and C, has the tenacity? This could be a really good pick. He could be the defensive rookie of the year in my mind because of who he's lining up to every day. Next to.
Yeah, for sure. What's up, Danny? How you doing, man?
I'm okay.
No first round wide receiver.
No first round wide receiver, but you know what? I took the 15, 20 minutes since it happened to kind of digest it. And I'm not opposed to it now. I know my reaction to you, obviously through text, was not again. But yeah, since Javon Walker in like 2002, 2003,
yeah.
something like that. But you know what? I mean, the Packers are not Super Bowl contenders. They're not. They have Jordan Love who's coming in, and let's see what he can do. We have a lot of young guys on offense and defense. Thinking about like Watson and Dobbs and like Quay Walker. Those guys. They got to develop still. So, and Rashawn Gary, he's still on it. Still has his injury, still dealing with that. He might not come back until midseason or something like that. So bringing in Van Ness to develop him, maybe he'll be really good. I mean, he looks pretty athletic. I mean, I think he's going to be really good for us, really good defensive end. But yeah, I mean, I think we have multiple second round picks. So if we can land like a wide receiver or a tight end, then I think we'll be fine. So not opposed to it. I know JSN will probably get picked at some point this round, but maybe like Quentin Johnson will fall or.
Yeah, the thing that I had with Lucas Van Ness, the only thing with him going to Green Bay was the size. ESPN has him at 6'5", 269. I believe he's actually 272, a couple pounds heavier. But with his size, I don't think he's your outside linebacker. I think he's your DN.
Yeah, he's defensive end. Yeah.
So I mean, he has inside-outside versatility for sure.
Yeah, maybe he drops a few pounds and can maybe a little bit quicker, but I think he's the guy who's going to replace Preston Smith.
Yeah. Let's hear what Schefter's saying here.
The Raiders, Titans, Bucks, Patriots, and Falcons. We all submitted it there. And we're still going to get one of them besides to take a quarterback. And then concerned about a total injury that now suffered with Ole Miss, at the first of October. He gets 2 years with that coach, y'all. Some say it's problematic. Now, I think a lot of sense today, and he said that he's healing over, he's a blood toe, he's healing over, he's ready to go. But for some teams, I think there's hesitation here, and when he
Wow. So some teams have an issue with his toe injury.
Who?
Had last year.
Levis?
Will Levis. That is why he is sliding, apparently. Some teams have an issue with how his toe healed that he was dealing with for most of last season. So that's interesting.
Oh my gosh. You always hear that like there's some sort of injury that a player is dealing with, you know, the draft player coming into the draft. And it turned out to be pretty good. So I don't know.
Yeah.
It seems like that's more than not. Like it's just
Yeah, so we'll see. Seattle
it's,
under a minute. I don't know. I think Seattle's trying to trade out is why they're taking so long. But we're under
also
30
go
seconds.
Levis here.
We're under 30 seconds now, so who knows if Seattle's going to make a pick or
I think they go Levis.
and the pick is in here. So, yeah, is it Will Levis? That's the question. And the thing that I said earlier is I think Hendon Hooker fits Seattle better than Will Levis does. I thought Will Levis fit Detroit and Tampa better than Hooker did, because I think Seattle likes the more mobile quarterback, even though Levis nor Hendon Hooker are really the elite, like dual threat that Anthony Richardson is, but definitely both can still run. It's just, you know, which guy you like better. I just think Seattle, even though Pete Carroll likes to run the ball, it seems like they've gotten pass happy the last couple of years. And that's more skewed towards what Hooker did at Tennessee. So I don't know. We'll see. We'll see who Seattle goes with right now. And see if our guy John Babington is happy or not. I didn't text him about their first pick. I should have texted him, asked him how he felt about the first one.
Who did they get again?
They got Devin Witherspoon. So I'm not sure. It's weird. We haven't had a trade in a while, you know. we had 3 in the top 10, and now we had one there with Pittsburgh moving up to 14. Haven't had one since. So here we go. What does Seattle do with their second first-round pick?
But there's some good ones on it. I'm saying get off the board.
But yeah, I'm thinking Nolan Smith. I'm thinking Will Levis. Those are probably the two that stand out to me. Or if they go DT, that's Brian Breesy or Mozzie Smith.
The Seattle Seahawks are champions of growing the game of football at the youth and high school levels. Joining me on stage are local boys tackle football players and local girls flag players who are pioneers in flag football growth. These young men and women embody the NFL values of respect, integrity, resiliency, and responsibility to their teams. Congratulations on your accomplishments in your academic and football careers. Now to make the selection, please welcome Bethany Uribe. Go ahead.
Raj did a nice job with that last name.
In the 2023 NFL draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Jackson and Jigba.
Oh no.
You forgot a name there, but it's all right. So yeah, so this was one that I didn't mention. Tyler Lockett is over 30 now. They needed a third wide receiver because what's his face hasn't worked out. The guy they drafted in the second round a couple years ago. And here we go. I mean, this sounds like
Come on, they have
Committed to
Geno
Geno.
Smith, who
They're committed to Geno.
one hit wonder at QB last year. He is not. You got Jordan Love, who has to develop. You got Christian Watson and Romeo. This is why I text you this. That I think Van Ness good pick for the future, but for right now, and for the future, I guess developing Jordan Love. It's just
I don't know.
Watson's jobs are injury prone.
I don't know why they had to do that to me though. I don't know why they had to show the Ohio State Penn State highlights. They had to do me dirty like that.
Why? Why not get that third guy? Why not get Jackson Smith and Jigba, who is going to be, in my opinion, is just the best wide receiver in this draft?
You
And
know,
then-
this actually fits perfectly with what Seattle wants to do.
Who else would Seattle?
Lockett
Geno
and,
Smith. What did,
Lockett and DK on the outside. You're going to put JSN in the slot, and there's your three.
yeah, good for them. They have Geno Smith. He's not going to be great next year. He's not going to be great for the next few years. It was a one-hit wonder. That's my opinion. You got Jordan Love, who has to develop for the Packers. You need wide receivers. You only have Watson and Dobbs, who are injury prone, and we saw that last year. They're good, but if they're going to be on the sidelines, we need another guy, and that's why they should have gone for a wide receiver at 13.
Yeah. I mean, I see where you're coming from, man. But there are other wide receivers to trade
I
up.
know there's still options left, and the Packers have a couple of second-round picks, so they can get and who's that tight end?
Well,
What?
if the Packers would go tight end, I would hope it's Dalton Kincaid, but they're too far back right now. I need Dalton Kincaid to be the first tight end, sir.
Yeah. Do you think the Packers can maybe land him in the second round? Do you think he would fall, or do you think he's gonna get picked some point here?
No, I think both tight ends are going in the first round. It's just a matter of who. This team right here is one that can take him. Dalton Kincaid could definitely go to the LA Chargers. They need a tight end. Gerald Everett's right there. I believe he's on an expiring deal. And he's not what Dalton Kincaid nor what Michael Mayer are. Dalton Kincaid would be fantastic in this LA offense, opening up the middle of the field and getting some pressure off of Mike Williams and Keenan Allen there. And Justin Herbert would love him. They would have a tight end like they haven't had since he had Hunter Henry in his rookie season. So Dalton Kincaid definitely right here to the Chargers, I could see going. If not, it's a little bit early for me, but Mozzie Smith is another option out of Michigan. Run stuffing defensive tackle, who I heard could go earlier than people think. I have him going late first, but wouldn't be shocked to see him go right here. But yeah, I am on Dalton Kincaid with the LA Chargers right now, unless they go receiver. In that case, Zay Flowers is available. I don't really know if they go corner. I think they're pretty good at corner as far as I know. I'll just have to check their depth chart real quick. But there you go. There's the Ohio State wide receivers. See, that's not fair. They can't count. They can't put Jamison Williams in that graphic. He went through Ohio State and transferred to Alabama. He got drafted as an Alabama player. That you can't do that. So yeah, looking at the Chargers, corner, I don't think is a big need with the top three that they have in J.C. Jackson, Asante Samuel Jr., and Michael Davis. Now after Michael Davis, then it gets thin, but I think tight end is a bigger need, and again would really help this offense. And the pick is in, so we shall see. Now, I wouldn't rule out tight end for the Ravens' next pick either, but that's not going to be Dalton Kincaid. That would be Michael Mayer because of Mark Andrews getting into his 30s now. But the Ravens next, I think they're going to go corner. Great options available still. Joey Porter Jr., Deontay Banks, both still there. I think the Ravens, that's where they're going to go as corner or pass rush and Nolan Smith. But Chargers here, we got Tom Telesco. Coach Staley is there, I think. Maybe his back was turned to us, but here we go. LA on the clock here. Pick is in.
This year, of course, made the playoffs last season with their star young quarterback in Justin Herbert, had the enormous lead in Jacksonville, lost in unimaginable fashion.
My official pick is Dalton Kincaid, though. That's where I'm going here.
With the 21st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Quentin Johnston.
Well, there you go. There's the receiver.
So here comes.
And I actually think Quentin Johnston will end up being the best receiver in this class. He is the big, tall wide receiver in among the first round caliber wide receivers. Speed for days, has the jump ball ability. And like I said, there you go. 6'2 3/4, 208, massive frame. Keenan Allen is 30 years old now. So they need another guy. They signed Mike Williams to a long-term extension last year. He's going to be there. Needed a third guy. And now they have size.
The Packers need a third guy too, but no. Packers, just build for 2026, 27.
Now, this is interesting for Baltimore now. Quentin Johnston was a guy I thought Baltimore could be looking at.
That would have
Now it's Zay Flowers, possibly.
been.
Or they go pass rush with Nolan Smith. I think Nolan Smith is an excellent value at this part in the draft.
You think Nolan Smith would have been a better pick for the Packers to have been this?
I do. I think he would have been a better fit as the outside linebacker. I don't know why he's dropping. I assume it's because of his frame, his weight, 238 pounds, very light. Some teams could be, not 100% on his medicals coming back from that torn pec that he had last year. I don't know why Nolan Smith is dropping. He's a fantastic speed edge rusher that needs to put on more pounds, really. I don't think he's ever going to be a power rush, but wins with speed around the edge. And not really sure why Nolan Smith has been dropping so far. But Baltimore, I think Zay Jones is probably the guy here if they're going to go wide receiver.
We'll see, man. I don't know about the Packers right now. I mean,
or the corners. The corners are also major possibilities. Joey Porter Jr. and Deontay Banks could see both of them going to Baltimore. I would absolutely hate to see Joey Porter go there. His dad would never go to any of his games because of the Ravens Steelers issue.
yeah.
All
right, Rusty, I'm gonna head out. So.
All right, man. I appreciate you coming on, man.
All right. Yeah, have a good one.
So Mark, Ravens, the Chargers, Quentin Johnston, that's a solid option there. The trio in LA is quite the attack.
I love that pick. Love it.
And we're still waiting for tight ends. We are we're about to be what 20 what pick is this? 23?
What I find funny is we've been told tight ends are a premium, yet no one's been picked yet.
Yeah, and I mean, when you look at it, the next teams that really are going to look at tight ends, I think Jacksonville The Giants are a sleeper for tight ends. And I think Dallas is a big one. Dallas is where you could see a tight end go. That would be a Dalton Kincaid destination as well. I don't think they necessarily need an inline tight end for their offense. And then Cincinnati, but Cincinnati, I think that would be more of a Michael Mayer situation there. And then Kansas City. Kansas City is another slot for a tight end. Travis Kelce is going to turn 35 this year, I believe. So Kansas City.
Man, can you imagine if they paired a young, good tight end?
Yeah. I mean, that's what I mentioned real quick with the Giants there. They already got Darren Waller this offseason in a trade. But I heard that they could be looking at possibly getting a tight end as well. And that would be a Dalton Kincaid situation. Or actually, no, that'd be a Michael Mayer situation because they'd want him to be the inline blocker. Darren Waller could flex out then and be the outside receiver / slot, big slot there. But yeah, looking at what's available, I mean, are the Vikings really gonna fall into Will Levis? That's
I
what
do think it looks like that. Does that happen? Anything can happen, but I do think that's what it looks like.
And what does Schefter got to say?
Guaranteed.
Oh, okay, he's just talking about the Lamar deal. Whatever. But there's really the rest of the teams that are slotted right now. The Vikings are the only team that have a future quarterback need. Now, obviously, we have the Rams, the Lions, Seahawks, Buccaneers, all sitting in the second round right now. Possible come up for Levis and or Hendon Hooker. So the Ravens pick is in. And again, I'm not sure where they're going to go. They could go corner, which is where I think they're going to go. And again, I'm going to hate when it's Joey Porter Jr.
Hey, man. What's up?
But
Good.
But yeah, I think it's corner here for Baltimore. Corner or wide receiver with Zay Flowers, or on the off chance that they get Mark Andrews' replacement, it would be Michael Mayer, which would not be good for myself or my roommate. But as we wait here, Jacksonville is another one that could get a tight end. I'm not sure what Doug Peterson would want there. He had Dallas Goedert and Philly, Evan Ingram in Jacksonville now signed to the franchise tag. They're trying to get a long-term deal done with him. But I think they would be more of a Dalton Kincaid situation. They don't really ask their tight ends to block. So here we go.
That's whether he can back his play or not. Let's find out what the Ravens are gonna do. Here's the commissioner.
With the 22nd pick in the 2023 draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Zay Flowers,
Yeah.
wide receiver, Boston College.
Yeah, so that makes a lot of sense. Zay Flowers to the Ravens. He's going to be your slot. You have OBJ on the outside. The other side on the outside is Rashad Bateman. And then put Flowers into that slot. This is a strictly to make Lamar Jackson happy. Now, the issue is going to be, can Lamar get him the ball? But that's just me not being a Lamar believer. And what I keep saying in the Ravens won't win the Super Bowl while his contract is going on. So I'm fine with that. explosive playmaker, caught 12 touchdowns last year. And I believe 7 of them, I probably don't have the number right, but a bunch of those 12 touchdowns were 20 plus yards down the field. So yeah, explosive, creative playmaker. And not surprised that that the Ravens went there. So the Vikings are on the clock. Now this is Will Levis, possibly. The guy that I have gone to for Minnesota, though, is Jordan Addison. I think Jordan Addison is a slam dunk pick for Minnesota if that's the way they go. Would fit very nicely with Justin Jefferson. They need a wide receiver too with Adam Thielen in Carolina now. So I think Jordan Addison would be a fantastic selection here by the Vikings if that's the way they go. But again, the Vikings could also go Will Levis. They need corners as well. So Joey Porter Jr., Deontay Banks, both in consideration, as is Nolan Smith. All the guys that I've pretty much been saying for the last 5 picks. I think all those kinds of guys, Brian Flores, new DC in Minnesota, needs help on that side of the ball. So I'm not sure which way the Vikings are going to go here with a lot of options. And I don't like that comparison, Zay Flowers and Tyreek Hill. No one is Tyreek Hill. So yeah, he might be close, but I don't like that. And we'll see. We'll see if it works out in Baltimore. I wasn't the biggest Zay Flowers person, nor was I the biggest Jackson Smith and Jigba person. I like JSN's fit in Seattle more than I do Flowers' fit in Baltimore. But I loved Quentin Johnston and I loved Jordan Addison in this first round wide receiver caliber guys. So we'll see. We'll see though. Again, interesting. We haven't had a trade since the Steelers moved up from 17 to 14. And Daniel Jeremiah is saying that Zay Flowers reminds him of Steve Smith Sr. So that's an interesting comparison. Steve Smith Sr. and Tyreek Hill, those are the two comparisons that we've got so far. A little bit different, those two players.
He definitely looks like a Steve Smith to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think Steve Smith was tougher by far. But we'll see. Well, again, I wasn't the biggest Zay Flowers fan. But I don't know. So, Mark, what do you think about the Vikings here?
I really think they're going to draft their next quarterback.
Is it Levis or are they going to shock everyone and take Hooker before him?
That's a good question. I don't get paid enough, so I'm going to say Will Levis, but it could be Hooker. And if they don't take either, we're not going to have 5 quarterbacks in the first round. So I think that's a better answer, depending on who they pick, are we going to have 4 quarterbacks or 5 quarterbacks?
Yeah, I'm trying to think who it was just recently, within the last couple of years. It wasn't Jalen Hurts because he didn't attend the draft.
Here is a bold statement, not to interrupt. If Hooker becomes the next pick and Levis is not that one, I think another quarterback could even jump Will Levis.
I don't think so. The drop off is very steep after Hendon Hooker.
I think it's very distinct, but it starts to show flags. And after that, hear me out, everything is a project after that, right? So then
Sure.
I think someone is willing to jump somebody that is on someone's board to make it a project.
Yeah, because after Hendon Hooker and Will Levis, the next quarterback, there's not a consensus on QB6.
I'm just gonna say the best QB6 is from a Division II school, and everybody is going to overlook Tyson Bagent, and he's going to be the best quarterback in this draft. I just said it because I love him. I know his family, and he is fucking talented. I just cussed. I don't care.
But as far as ESPN agrees with what I had in my head, and a guy I absolutely love, and Jake Haener. Jake Haener would be the sixth guy. I would make a case for the sixth guy being a minuscule 5'10" quarterback with underappreciated running ability that may or may not have 2 rings on his fingers.
Hey, can you say that again? I didn't hear.
That is out of this world.
I didn't hear if you said 2 rings. We might have been in attendance for one of those. I couldn't hear that. In 2 weeks, we're gonna have a show where I'm showing the national championship ring on this finger right here.
Yeah. So I'm just saying, and the Vikings pick is in. How crazy would it be? They don't go receiver, they go tight end. They pair TJ Hawkinson with Dalton Kincaid. I mean, that would be crazy. They just, no one would be able to cover the middle of the field. I don't think they're going to go tight end though, based off the amount of capital they used on TJ Hawkinson last year. But yeah, Jacksonville is a team that I think could use a pick on a tight end, depending on what they want to do. But also Jacksonville, now that we're in the mid-20s, this is where you start to see possibly the next tackles coming off the board. Anton Harrison is my next guy. Fantastic left tackle. I love him, from Oklahoma. DeJuan Jones is a little bit farther down the board for me. I have him late first round, early second. Massive 6'8" left tackle for Ohio State. So, or right tackle, I should say. Right tackle is DeJuan Jones. But let's see who Kwesi Adolfo-Mensah and the Vikings are taking.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Jordan Addison,
That's
wide receiver, USC.
That's been the mock all pretty much all off season, especially the last month here. Jordan Addison is just too perfect of a fit in Minnesota to pair with Justin Jefferson. Silky smooth route runner. And he's not a short guy like a lot of the other slot receivers are in this class. He's 5'11". So he has a decent amount of height. He's not the fastest guy. I believe he runs 4.4, but yeah, I absolutely loved Jordan Addison at Pitt, and he was really solid at USC until he got injured. Yeah, there you go. 5'11" and an 8. 173 is really light. That's the knock on him, is that he's really light, but
I'm gonna say this now. I don't think we're gonna have a fourth quarterback.
maybe. Again, the trades in are big coming up. I think there's
if somebody trades in, you're gonna take a quarterback. If there's no trades,
The Giants
What-
just traded. The
What playoff team is going to take a quarterback?
So the Giants just traded with, who did they trade with? So the Giants just traded up one spot with the Jags. They traded 25, 160, and 240 to go up one selection.
But
And this-
neither of them need a quarterback. You have Trevor Lawrence. You just signed.
This I think is the tight end. Dalton Kincaid or Michael Mayer. I think this is the slot that we finally see one go. And unfortunately for myself, I do think it's going to be Michael Mayer more likely than it will be Dalton Kincaid. But yeah, New York though, there aren't any. Yeah, because Jordan Addison was the last first round wide receiver. With New York seeing that, I think they understand they have to get a pass catcher, not necessarily a receiver. But I mean, Dalton Kincaid can be a receiver if you want. And I think that let me see if I had notes on Kincaid. I can't remember. I know I had a tight end note on one of the tight ends to say they could lose some weight and flip out to receiver, but I can't remember if it was Kincaid or not. I don't think it was, because the first tight end I have on my thing is Tucker Kraft. So, and they were in alphabetical order. So, yeah, I don't have anything on Dalton Kincaid because I know what he was already. That's why I didn't take notes on him. But yeah, I could definitely see New York, because they missed out on all the first round wide receivers, going with Kincaid. Maybe he cuts a little weight and he flops out the wide receiver. I mean, why not? Because when you look at the depth chart, right, you're starting Isaiah Hodgins, Paris Campbell, and Darius Slayton as your top three, with Wan'Dale Robinson, Sterling Shepard, and Jamison Crowder as your next three. You have Darren Waller, Daniel Bellinger at tight end. So Bellinger can be your blocking tight end, and you can flank. If you take Dalton Kincaid, you flank Waller and Dale and Kincaid out. I mean, you got size for days out there.
First tight end off the board is going to be this pick. And what I'm going to tell you is the 30th pick for the Saints is going to be the next quarterback.
All right. Well, we just saw history. The first time ever in the common draft era that 4 consecutive picks in the first round went to wide receivers. Jackson Smith and Jigba, Quentin Johnston, Zay Flowers, and Jordan Addison back to back to back to back.
And Jacksonville is going to have a really good offense. They're going to have a really good offense if the pick pans out.
Well, I am wondering if the Giants went ahead of the Jags because maybe the Cowboys were calling Jacksonville to come up for one of the tight ends.
But here's my question:
Why
did you have a one position swap?
One slot to improve their set. This is a good spot to do it.
So Schefter has the Giants taking one of the 2 corners, Joey Porter Jr., Deontay Banks. That is what Schefter has them going with. Which makes sense. No wide receivers available. They need help at corner.
I do believe with that. They needed a corner. And so then Jacksonville gets who they want. And you swap picks.
Yeah, so tight end, tight end for Jacksonville, I think, is definitely an option. And I guess we just lost Mark. But yeah, tight end definitely an option for Jacksonville, and Dallas as well. I think Dallas is definitely a tight end spot for one of those two. And I think Dallas is more a Dalton Kincaid situation. Possibly Jacksonville is as well. We'll see what the Giants go with, but I do think Schefter is right. Joey Porter Jr., Deontay Banks probably going to be the selection here, with the corner. So we shall see. We got seven picks left in this 2023 first round. Looks like unless Mark gets back on, I might have to roll this thing by myself the rest of the way, but that's all right. I got my Monster Energy in me, so maybe we should get them on as a sponsor, you know. But it looks like we're getting the Giants pick here. I'm thinking corner, so is Schefter.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 24th pick to the New York Giants. With the 24th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Deontay Banks, defensive back, Maryland.
So the Giants go corner. Makes a lot of sense. They needed that right there. And it's interesting, Joey Porter Jr., another guy sliding down the board a little bit. I had him going in the top 20, but still on the board here. And it's interesting. I don't know. The knock on Joey Porter Jr. would be his ball production in college. 1 interception in 3 years, I believe he started at Penn State. So it's interesting. Jacksonville goes with the speed of Deontay Banks, who is a man-covered corner there. You can see him playing at Maryland. Fantastic. And the Jaguars just traded again. It looks like the Buffalo Bills are coming up, and this might be for either a tight end, I think, or the other corner. Joey Porter Jr. could be going to Buffalo, possibly. I don't know. We'll see if what Buffalo wants to do here.
I do have to. We called cornerback here. I thought the Saints. I forgot that they signed Derek Carr. That's my fault. Sometimes I got to forget about things.
So the terms for this Buffalo trade: Buffalo trading 27 and 130 for 25. Jacksonville moving back again, picking up another selection. So they picked up 2 picks and 2 trades so far. And again, we don't have tight ends yet. But
that is remarkable.
We could go 3 straight tight ends here, though. That's the thing.
Not having a tight end picked is remarkable because of the way that the game is being played.
Yeah. And I mean, they have Dawson Knox in Buffalo, who I think I remember them signing to a long-term extension, right? So I do think, though, this trade up is for Joey Porter Jr., the last first-round corner, really. After him, there's not a lot. I don't think there is a first-round graded corner after Joey Porter Jr. No, there is not. So, yeah, I mean, Buffalo probably going to get the corner here, back-to-back corner picks. I could see that happening. Unless they feel good about Nolan Smith. They don't really need pass rush necessarily. But the pick is in. Just looking at their corner depth chart: Tre'Davious White, Dane Jackson, Teron Johnson. They drafted Kyer Elam in the first round last year. So kind of doesn't make sense to draft another corner in the first round, second straight year. But it could possibly be that. I mean, who knows? Or one outside pick that I will say, we saw the Lions take Jack Campbell earlier. How about a second linebacker here? Drew Sanders getting ahead of the Cowboys would be key for that pick because Dallas needs linebacker help as well. I could see that being the pick also, because I just don't see a wide receiver that would fit in the first round of the people that are left on the board, unless they reach for Jonathan Mingo. But I'm not sure. This seems like a Joey Porter Jr. though, right here. And of course, we're still waiting, like Mark mentioned, on the quarterback trade ups that we think are happening eventually. Maybe someone trades again with Jacksonville because they're so trade happy right now. Trent Baalke and crew down there. But I think next pick, I think the Dallas Cowboys, that's where we're going to see a tight end. And that's my Dalton Kincaid spot right there. Even though I've been saying Dalton Kincaid for 20 picks now.
Even if it's not Dalton and he goes, would you not take Mayer? I mean, we know from Jay Novacek to obviously who was getting thrown the ball from Tony Romo, they love tight ends.
Yeah.
If Mayer's on the board or either one of them, would you not pick both or one, depending on who's on the board?
Yeah, I think either one. But again, I think they like more of the kind of flex out tight end. I don't really think Michael Mayer is a fit necessarily for their offense and what they want to do. The two guys among the top four tight ends that I would like for Dallas, or I think fit with Dallas better, are Kincaid and Luke Musgrave. Those are the two more receiving tight ends. And then you have the inline guys in Michael Mayer and Darnell Washington. So I think if they would go tight end, it would be Kincaid. Or
I think that would be an absolute steal if either he was left on the board or you had to move up, 3 or 4 spots to get him.
So I think we're going to get the Bills pick here. Now, one guy also to monitor for Buffalo here, Osiris Torrance out of Florida. First guard. Technically, he'd be the second one because the Titans drafted Skoronski to play guard. But here we go. I believe we are getting Buffalo's pick with the Let's Go Buffalo chant from the fans.
The Jacksonville Jaguars have traded the 25th pick to the Buffalo Bills. With the 25th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Dalton Kincaid.
And there it is.
Utah.
There Dalton Kincaid goes, and what an offense he goes to. You have Stephon Diggs, Gabe Davis, Dawson Knox, and now Dalton Kincaid adds to that mix. Josh Allen's going to love this kid, man.
That's a real
6'3" and 5'8", 246. Fantastic flexed out pretty much wide receiver is Dalton Kincaid. Has the size, the contested catchability. See that they're playing at San Diego. He got cleared medically with his back injury that he had last year. So that was great to see before the draft. And you can see on the highlight, look, he's a willing blocker on the edge. So that's also very good. And I love these black alternate unis for Utah. They're fantastic. You can see the high point ability that he has. And here he is even in line. There you can see him getting out on the move, and then he's going to get a high point right there. That's what Josh Allen's going to love, I think, is the catch radius of Dalton Kincaid. And a rookie is not going to be Travis Kelce, right? But can he help? When Joe Burrow beat them when it was snowing in Buffalo in the playoffs, he had Hayden Hurst, at least.
You don't have to be. You don't have to be dominant at this high position.
Yeah, so there he is, Henderson, Nevada.
Get a big play, move the chains, find space, catch the ball, block.
And so that's what I was saying, right? Right? They moved ahead of Dallas to get the tight end that the Cowboys probably coveted.
Look, what I'm going to say about this is if you go back to the game film, right? You can go back to the game film. Joe Burrows beat Buffalo because they had Hayden Hurst. And he had Jamar Chase. And he had all these guys. In Buffalo, they couldn't move the ball because they contained Josh Smith. When he got to the outside, he was looking for one receiver. That was Stephon Diggs.
Mm-hmm.
This kid is not going to show up on day one and be Travis Kelce. But if you don't have the great offensive line that other teams have and you can get to the outside, you no longer have to look for one big play. You have to look for somebody in the middle, down the hashes, that can maybe move the ball. And that's exactly what he is. And why wouldn't you come get him if you're Buffalo? Everybody left him on the board. You didn't think you could get him. You could trade up a little bit, and now you got your guy. And in year 3, he might be a really good tight end in the top of the league.
Yeah, so now they're talking about Michael Mayer to Dallas like you were talking about. But like I said, I think if Dallas is set on going tight end, I think the Cowboys are going to shock most people, not me, because I just said it. Luke Musgrave makes more sense in Dallas than Michael Mayer does, just based off how they utilize their tight ends. Now, that has changed. You know, obviously, like you mentioned, Mr. Novacek and the great one, Jason Witten, were the bigger guys in line that caught the ball out of that spot. But Dalton Schultz wasn't as bulky as those guys. And so that's why I question whether they would go with Mayer over Luke Musgrave, because Luke Musgrave is the flex out kind of tight end. And here you go. Like I mentioned, the great one, Jason Witten, they're comparing him to Michael Mayer, who by far is the most complete tight end in the draft. But it's interesting to see if they are going to do that or not. So yeah, that's the biggest question is, do they go with that tight end or Luke Musgrave? There you can see Michael Mayer sitting there in Independence, Kentucky. So yeah, I have not. I pretty much went about even, I think, in draft props tonight. Well, because Mr. Kincaid was the first one off the board, that helped me a lot. I can say that. The first tight end off the board was really good for me, anyways. And of course, well, it looks like Jerry and Steven are happy about their selection. Coach McCarthy sitting there as well. But yeah, I think that was solid. And will this be Michael Mayer? It could be it could be Joey Porter Jr. for all we know. I mean, they need corner help as well, opposite Trayvon Diggs. So I wouldn't be shocked at that one either. I think Jacksonville is sitting there though, praying that they don't take him. Because I think Jacksonville wants Joey Porter Jr. severely, as does Cincinnati probably. But like I said, I think we could possibly see 3 straight tight ends going here, realistically. Just catching up on my draft props, Mark.
Cash in, baby.
Some of them I think I did pretty well. The Dalton Kincaid one was a big win for myself. So I'm very happy about that. If we can get 2 more tight ends in here, that'll be even better. But it looks like we're about to get the Cowboys pick. So let's go to the
Do they go Porter or tight end? I mean, you've had Jay Novacek. That's what I grew up with. Whitman.
That's who they're Notre Dame got to address him.
Yeah, I saw him live, and he's good. He ate us up at Georgia.
Defensive tackle, Michigan.
Mozzie Smith.
That's a surprise.
So that's a guy that we slotted into the Saints in our mock draft last night at 29. But it makes total sense. The Cowboys were another spot where they needed defensive tackle help. And there he is, shirtless. All right. Okay.
Did not see that coming at all. At all.
But it makes complete sense with what the division holds, right? Mozzie Smith is a massive 2-down run stuffer, limited.
Not even mad about the pick, but I just did not see it coming. He's a massive individual and played at a high level.
Yeah, limited pass rush potential. But again, like I said, it makes total sense for what the division has. The running attack of Philadelphia, Saquon Barkley in New York, and then Brian Robinson in Washington, which I think Washington's going to be a lot more ground-based this season with Sam Howell at quarterback. So makes complete sense with what the division holds. No wide receivers on the board. And they didn't like Michael Mayer enough, apparently. But the one thing, the Joey Porter Jr. thing is just baffling to me. I have no clue. Him, Nolan Smith, and Will Levis are the 3 sliders right now. And it just...
Hey,
Levis,
let me just say this. Did Mike McCarthy ever get Aaron Rodgers any weapons?
No.
It's the same draft.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. The Jags now finally on the clock. We'll see if they stay here, mind you. Trading back twice already. But the Jags now, I mean, they have excellent options. They could go back to Athens and take another Georgia Bulldog like they did last year at number 1. And Nolan Smith to pair with Trayvon Walker and Josh Allen there on the outside. Or again, I think Jacksonville could be a position for Joey Porter Jr., which they need corner help opposite of Tyson Campbell. So I'm not sure. And again, this is another spot where I think a tight end would make sense, either Mayer or Musgrave. Cincinnati is definitely a tight end spot if they don't take Joey Porter Jr. But yeah, I think this is probably Porter here, if I'm gonna guess. But who knows? With how this thing's been going, right? So yeah, the tight ends are there. I wouldn't put it past Jacksonville to go safety, probably, but yeah, I think this is Joey Porter Jr. here. Makes too much sense with what their corner depth chart looks like. Tyson Campbell, Darius Williams, Trey Herndon, Monteric Brown. So that is where I would go. Or this is a tackle spot. Tackle makes a lot of sense. Cam Robinson suspended. We don't know how many games he's been suspended, but this would be a prime spot for Anton Harrison, DeJuan Jones, one of those two. I would go Harrison if it was my pick. He's the better of the two, and he's also the left tackle. DeJuan Jones is right tackle. So I think possibly Anton Harrison, Joey Porter Jr. is where the Jags are going if they don't go tight end. That is either Michael Mayer or Luke Musgrave. All of those guys make sense for the Jacksonville Jaguars as we await the never-ending commercials that we love to see while a pick is sitting there and in already. But this draft has been crazy already. A lot of twists and turns. We're almost there though. We're pick 27. Got about 5 more selections to go, including this pick. So I'm excited. The Eagles have one more pick. I'm ready for that one. I'm ready for the craziness to happen with trades, possibly. I mean, the craziest thing would be if Will Levis gets into the second round. So who knows? But I would absolutely love if Nolan Smith made it to either the Eagles at 30 or the Steelers at 32. That's just me, though. And let's see what the Jacksonville Jaguars want to do. There you go. You can see Joey Porter Jr., 3rd best available on Mel Kiper's board. Anton Harrison, 5th best available. Those are 2 of the top options, I think, that Jacksonville is looking at this selection.
Moved on that, still available. Howard Murphy, defensive end, has a head flexibility, and then Anton Harrison, offensive tackle, left tackle, started the first day this year at right tackle, like his athleticism, like his length. Well, he had a good career at Oklahoma. Like he's the next offensive tackle come off the board. Jacksonville has traded back a couple of times, and we'll see what player it is, Lewis, that they've decided to identify here. Obviously, the star young quarterback, Trevor Lawrence, who really came.
So, yeah. Visits that Will Levis has taken to teams that have not taken a quarterback yet: Raiders, Titans, Bucks, Falcons, and Patriots.
27th pick, the 2023 NFL Draft. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Anton Harrison, tackle, Oklahoma.
Yeah, exactly what I said. Makes too much sense with the Cam Robinson suspension. They can slide Walker Little into guard whenever Robinson comes back. Put Cam Robinson, I think, at right tackle. Put Anton Harrison at left. Protect Trevor Lawrence. Protect the franchise. It's exactly what you're getting in a solid Anton Harrison, 6'4" and 3/8, 315. Great anchoring ability here. I don't think I have any notes on him. He was one of my favorite late 1st round tackles. And a solid option at that. So I was hoping that he could slide to the 2nd. Maybe the Steelers get him. But we got the tackle early in Broderick Jones. So great fit in Jacksonville, I think. And they finally made a pick after trading back twice. Makes a lot of sense up front for the Jacksonville Jaguars. So the Cincinnati Bengals on the clock now. And again, I've been saying tight end. And this one makes total sense if they do that. But probably corner is more of a need, I think. Chidobe Awuzie, Cam Taylor-Britt, Mike Hilton, the top 3 there. They did sign Sidney Jones as well. but Joey Porter Jr. will be a massive upgrade. Let's hear what Schefter has to say.
He's fighting it, but the chances are ultimately he's gonna face some type of multi-game suspension. But that had to figure into the Jaguars season, although they also like to play an awful lot. But Cam Robinson, you're prepared to open the season with that. You can go in that regard, Lewin.
Yeah, yeah. Like I said, makes sense with the suspension looming for Cam Robinson. Don't know how long it's going to be. Multi-game suspension. So the Bengals, they signed Irv Smith Jr. this offseason. Michael Mayer would be a massive upgrade on him, as well as I think Luke Musgrave, a little bit more raw than Mayer is. But if they want to get someone to help the running game with Joe Mixon, and get a middle of the field threat in for Joe Burrow, Michael Mayer makes a lot of sense. Joey Porter Jr. as well. Those are the top two guys I have going and fitting with the Cincinnati Bengals at this pick number 28. Just 4 selections left in the first round here. And I think we should get to this pick relatively quickly. Now it would be interesting to see if the Bengals went tackle. DeJuan Jones is available. I don't know if they would though right now. We'll see though.
The city will wrap it up, and that's why not one person has left here tonight. Frequently, as we've been here, we've seen folks leave earlier, but for the first time, the defending Super Bowl champions are hosting the draft, and so Pittsburgh fans are waiting for that. The Bengals are ready to go.
With the 28th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Miles Murphy.
All right.
Clemson.
So they went outside of what I was thinking. Miles Murphy needed to help that pass rush get after the likes of the top quarterbacks in the AFC, especially now Aaron Rodgers in the AFC. Don't know if the Bengals play the Jets. I don't think they do. But, in the playoffs, they're thinking about Josh Allen. They are thinking about Patrick Mahomes. Going to pair well with Trey Hendrickson. They have Sam Hubbard there, Joseph Osai, Cam Sample as well, Jay Tufele. Fantastic option there in Cincinnati for the Bengals. And another guy, like I mentioned when we mocked Quentin Johnston to the Ravens, even though he didn't go there, he doesn't have to change, get new clothes. He already has orange, he just slapped the Bengals logo on there and you got the same clothes. So he's good. His wardrobe is fine. Because that's the kind of analysis, as Logan said, people come for, right? The fashion advice from a guy that isn't very fashionable. That's what we're here for, though. So Cincinnati goes Miles Murphy. Again, I think that's perfectly fine. The top 4 guys now, it's sitting there. A trade in. I'm waiting for the Will Levis trade in, and we only have 3 picks left. So it's intriguing to say the least that Will Levis will not get picked in the first round. Who knows? Philadelphia is sitting there at 30 is a trade candidate option. But it would be a massive win for Philadelphia if they got Jalen Carter and Nolan Smith going to get 2 more Georgia Bulldogs in a draft 1 year after they got 2 Georgia Bulldogs in the first and third round last year, Jordan Davis and Nakobe Dean. I think Nolan Smith would be an excellent option for Philadelphia at 30 if that's what they do. I forget whose mock I was looking at. Maybe it was Todd McShay's. I think it was that he said Nolan Smith reminds him of Hassan Reddick with Philadelphia, so would be a great fit there in Philly. But for New Orleans, I love, now that Mozzie Smith is off the board, I think we go back-to-back Clemson Tigers here. Brian Bresee is the fit that I love for New Orleans. They lost 4 defensive tackles in free agency. Brian Bresee would make a lot of sense. He has an injury history, but I think if you look past that and what he went through last year with his sister and everything. I think DT here for New Orleans would make a perfect fit. And Brian Breesy there. So that Miles Murphy was the first defensive lineman that the Bengals have drafted in the first round since 2001. So that streak ends, unlike the Packers wide receiver streak. But yeah, so the Saints, again, I think they could go a bunch of different ways. Safety, possibly as well. I'm not sure though. Saints have about 4 minutes left. Just let's take a quick peek at their depth chart and see, other than defensive tackle, what might stick out as a need. Wide receiver would be one possibly as an option. There aren't any wide receivers that I have this high right now. Jonathan Mingo's the next guy, but I think he is a second round receiver. Offensive line, possibly. I don't think that they're going to go that way. Tight end could be an option with the two big guys still sitting there, and Mayer and Musgrave. But I think they like Juwan Johnson. They signed him to an extension. So I think they like him there. I don't think linebacker would be one that they would look at. If they do, it's Drew Sanders, who was the only guy I had a first round grade on at the linebacker, off-ball linebacker spot. Jack Campbell obviously going already. I think they're pretty safe at safety. Corner would make a lot of sense, possibly, but they have a solid 5 there. So yeah, I think D tackle is where you got to go, or edge with Nolan Smith. So I think Brian Breesy, Nolan Smith, those are the two guys I would have going for the New Orleans Saints right here. And we should be getting that pick here in a minute or two as ESPN slides through their ads, their little tiny box ads, and they show the crowd there, everyone waiting for the Chiefs to pick. To their despair, they are gonna maybe wait, and then the Chiefs trade out of the first round. So I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. Someone comes up for one of the two quarterbacks, Hooker or Levis there. But here we go with the New Orleans Saints pick.
Tonight, we have a few picks before we get there. The New Orleans Saints, their pick is in. Then we will have the 2 Super Bowl teams. The Eagles, who've made one pick already tonight, and then Kansas City will make theirs. The Saints pick is in. Moving very quickly. What direction should they be looking? If they need more pass rush on defense, that's going to need to help the guy. How about some of the defensive?
And there you see Coach Dennis Allen.
Position, they got to beef it up on the defensive line. The time has changed for New Orleans obviously in the last few years. They do bring in Derek Carr to play quarterback for them this year, so they will go in that direction. And I see the commissioner making his way out here, the NFC South, a division really in the state of here's the commission.
With the 29th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Brian Breesy, defensive tackle, Clemson.
Right, and that's exactly the guy I wanted for the Saints here. Perfect fit with what they want to do and draft slot. And I had him going to the Saints for quite a while when they got that 29th pick. It's right about where I had him on the board. Too much of a fit there. You see massive size, 6'5.5", 298. Gonna play defensive end or D tackle for them, and little light, but he's right around 300 pounds, which I think works well in at 3 tech in the Dennis Allen's defense. And he's going to be a monster on the inside for the NFC South. The the new quarterbacks there in Baker Mayfield, Kyle Trask in Tampa, Bryce Young in Carolina, and then Desmond Ridder returning for his second year in Atlanta. But we have 2 more picks here. The Eagles back on the clock after taking Jalen Carter at number 9 after the trade up with Chicago. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who this is. Nolan Smith would be a fantastic selection. That is who, him or Joey Porter Jr. I think those 2 are just home run selections at this point for Philadelphia. What would be absolutely crazy would be them taking Michael Mayer. Brian Branch is another guy, though, that I think works well in the Philly defense scheme, versatile and position versatility as well. Can play safety or nickel corner, which is a slot they've been trying to fill with Darius Slay and James Bradbury on the outside. They need an interior slot corner, and that could be Brian Branch. I think he fits well there. But like I said, Nolan Smith, Joey Porter Jr. are my top 2 guys here for Philadelphia. You can see they are numbers 2 and 3 on Mel Kiper's big board. Love some Keon White there as well. Not as much as maybe a guy that is also there in Felix Anudike-Uzomah, but just as well would be okay with Keon White getting taken. I just like Nolan Smith better. Hope that is the pick. Or like I said, Joey Porter Jr. would be excellent selection at this round, at this point in the round. That is ridiculous. 0.1% chance that Will Levis would be here per ESPN analytics at pick number 30. Eagles about halfway through their draft selection clock here. And I think it's been a great night for all 3 of my teams so far. Bryce Young at number 1 was the guy I wanted all along for Carolina. Steelers didn't get Paris Johnson Jr., but did trade up ahead of the tackle needy Jets. Got their tackle, their left tackle in Broderick Jones. Fantastic selection there. And then the Eagles trading up 1 spot as well to get Jalen Carter, pair him with Jordan Davis. Interior defensive line is stout once again in Philly. Davis, Carter, Cox, that trio, along with an ascending player in Milton Williams, 3rd round pick 2 years ago in 2021. I think that quartet there of defensive tackles is really going to be solid for the Eagles. And I'm waiting to see if the Chiefs trade out with someone, whether that be the Tennessee Titans, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the LA Rams, the Detroit Lions. Who knows? The New England Patriots would make a lot of sense for Will Levis. I don't know, but I do think the Eagles here are going Nolan Smith, Joey Porter Jr. That is where I would be. The Will Levis thing, it's tough. It is tough to sit there in the green room. I mean, to think that Will Levis could be there at the start of day 2, the Steelers, I would have to think they would be getting hordes of calls for that 32nd overall pick, first pick in the 2nd round that they got in the Chase Claypool trade to Minnesota, or to Chicago, I mean. And I'm confused on what that logo is on the screen there. But it looks like Howie Roseman is on the phone with whoever they are selecting. So I think their pick is in, and hopefully we should be getting the Eagles selection relatively shortly. Praying we don't go to another commercial, because there's the clapping in the Eagles draft room. I still like to call it the war room. I don't know why they stopped calling it that, or maybe they still do, but ESPN doesn't call it that. The Twitter updates have gotten slowed down, I can say that. Since we had the trades at the beginning, everything was going crazy. No one knew what was happening. And now the Eagles pick is in. There's their first selection, 9th overall. The Philadelphia Eagles taking Jalen Carter out of Georgia. Fantastic selection. And we will see who he is paired with in their first round draft class this year. Shortly here. Very exciting times. Philly coming off the NFC Championship and Super Bowl appearance, trying to get back there in Super Bowl 58 this year. As we wait, you can see Howie Roseman, GM there, owner Jeffrey Lurie on the right there, and then head coach Nick Sirianni on the left. And that is, I need to get me one of those necklaces and I guess one of those masks as well. I'll have to contact that gentleman and see where I can get me one of those. But yeah, the Eagles, I think, are in a great spot. They didn't trade back like I thought they were going to be due at 10. They traded a future 4th, which is a modest price to go up one spot in the top 10 to get Jalen Carter. That man had a lot of Minshew swag, I bet. He is still an Eagles fan, though. So let's see what the Philadelphia Eagles do with their last pick in the first round.
You know, like in that Super Bowl, we're sitting there, we call it, we're watching the game and we're going, for a team that was ferocious busting the passer, they can't get the passer. You know, that had to stick, like there'd be a thorn in their side all off season. We have to get even more guys. And the field, more guys. The field has something to do with it that night. True. All right, you know what? You can never have enough, right?
The Eagles entering the stage with the commissioner is Donna Kelsey, the mom of Jason.
Oh, Donna Kelsey. Yes, sir.
Joining me on stage now are some very special guests, content creators who you know from YouTube, Dude Perfect, and Jason, and Travis's mom, Donna Kelsey.
But she's there with the Eagles pick, though.
Thank you, Roger. Okay, Ms. Dawn, I got a question for you. So when you've got both boys playing in a game on TV at the same time,
Right?
okay, Travis is there, Jason's there, how in the world do you decide which game that you're gonna watch?
Man, I don't know. That's really tough. I don't know. It's too tough to choose.
We had a feeling that would be the case, so we picked up something a little bit special for you to help you break the tie. Here's the deal. We've got a custom coin with Travis and the Chief on one side and Jason and the Eagles on the other. If your boys are playing at the same time, all you have to do is flip it and it takes the decision out of your hands. Just
All right.
try it. Let's try it. It's Travis! Good news with NFL Sunday Ticket on YouTube and YouTube TV. You don't have to make that decision. You need to watch both boys at the same time.
Great.
You ready to do this?
Yes.
Okay.
All right.
Let's see who's going to be joining Jason and the
Okay.
Philadelphia Eagles.
With the 30th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Nolan Smith.
Dang. I mean,
Georgia.
yeah, that is fantastic selection. Howie Roseman picking Georgia players, and he has the green socks to boot. Nolan Smith, an awesome pick for the Philadelphia Eagles. Absolute home run selection at number 30 overall. Thought he might be in contention now, number 10 overall. But Nolan Smith to pair with Jalen Carter. They have 4 Georgia Bulldogs on that defense now. Jordan Davis, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, and Nakobe Dean. That is a ferocious front 7 now, and they are going to get after it, adding to the already solid front of Brandon Graham, Derek Barnett, and Hassan Reddick. But there you see Nolan Smith, speed for days. Speed rusher is what he does, gets around the corner faster than you can get out of your stance. Little light in the run game. That's gonna be a struggle for him, I think, against bigger offensive tackles. But as you can see, the tenacious pass rush there with Nolan Smith, that is exactly where you want him to be at, is rushing the passer. So love it. Absolutely love it. stops the slide. Nolan Smith is a first rounder in 2023. And like I mentioned, everyone's tweeting out what I already said. 4 Georgia Bulldogs. And it seems like the Eagles are, I mean, they're a winner. They're the 4R. Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith, Jordan Davis, and Nakobe Dean. I mean, all 4 pretty much steals at their positions. And I love it. The defense was a strength last year. I think it will continue to be a strength this year with the 2 selections there. And we are now on the final pick, the defending Super Bowl champs, Kansas City Chiefs, on the clock, hoping that we get some drama here. And see a team trade up for a quarterback. And they're bringing out the 2 Super Bowl trophies that the Chiefs have won in their history. Now, the Chiefs, I'm not sure what they're going to do here with what's left on the board. They needed a pass rusher, so it's tough that Nolan Smith went. But I think that, and of course, they put a 3rd slot for their 3rd trophy that they have now. But the Chiefs are an interesting pick. Maybe this is DeJuan Jones. Could be possibility to slide him in at right tackle. Again, Felix Anudike-Uzomah is the next pass rusher I have. So that would be the edge if they wanted to do that. Otherwise, Brian Branch makes a lot of sense. They need some help at safety depth, and he could play nickel corner as well. So all those guys make sense unless they trade out. Like I mentioned, the tight end would be a possibility, I think, with Travis Kelce getting up there in age. He is now 33. He'll turn 34 during the season in October. But yeah, those are the guys I think: DeJuan Jones, Felix Anudike-Uzomah, possibly Brian Branch as well, and then possibly even Michael Mayer would be the shocking pick, I think, anyways. But who knows? They could also go interior with Keanu Benton, who's a massive presence on the inside, the Wisconsin Badger there. But I think probably the safe pick here is Brian Branch, possibly. Again, I have no clue. Joey Porter Jr. is the best player available. That is not a quarterback. So that is who I would go with if I was Kansas City, and you're going best player available because they have that option to do that at this point. And it looks like they are going to make the pick at this point. I don't think they're trading it, or maybe, nope, it looks like they are picking. Yep, the pick is in. So Will Levis will not be a first round draft pick. That is shocking stuff here. And like I mentioned, the Steelers phones will be ringing off the hook all night. I have to believe that as a part of being that first pick in the 2nd round. And it looks, I don't know if those were just bugs. There's no way it's snowing in Kansas City right now. Maybe, I have no clue though. But it looks like the pick is in. The fans are going to go crazy here. And of course, they're going to do something special for the 3rd Lombardi Trophy.
Pick of round 1 tonight. This is a year in which there will only be 31 selections. The Dolphins forfeited their pick. So you might see on some of the screens it says pick 32. It's only the 31st pick of the first round, but there will only be 31 picks. So this is the last pick of the night. Again, as always, the defending Super Bowl champ will make it. And we are here in Kansas City where this celebration has continued straight up until tonight. They've also made a change in offensive coordinator, Lewis, with Eric Bieniemy no longer here.
Yeah, Matt Nagy now taking over the offensive coordinator role. He's someone who really, head coach Andy Reid got him into coaching when we were all in Philadelphia. And Matt is now, he's kind of like back in his comfort zone with people that he knows. He's college teammate with general manager Brett Speech. Look, this football team is just going to keep on humming because at the most important decisions, they have nothing but alignment and unity. Head coach, general manager, offensive play caller, quarterback. It's all a perfect marriage going on right down here. What a great atmosphere to try and build a football team, man.
And the longer you think about it, again, Frank Clark, the absence, Chris Jones, we know he's dominant. You still need somebody to help Chris Jones up front. They need some juice coming up the edge. They got George Karlaftis from Purdue last year, more of a power guy. Where's the speed? Where's the fastball that Frank Clark put off the edge? Well, the AFC is about as loaded, particularly with quarterback talent, as any conference has ever been at any time in the history of the National Football League. You figure you always need some sort of defense, whatever the case may be. Chiefs obviously as set as can be with Patrick Mahomes at quarterback. The word dynasty thrown around a good deal in these parts, all across the NFL as we wait now for the pick to come in here.
And of course, the Chiefs are taking forever, just because it's their home, and I guess they don't want anyone else to be able to go to bed tonight. As we close in on midnight Eastern, 11 p.m. Central here.
Quarterback left side, he's got the length. What was lacking, a little handsy, a little crafty. People wonder why is he still on the board because of that. Only one player. They not all the way. So after the great ball skills that you need. So that's why Joey Porter Jr. We don't have to let we talked about that. Keon Wilkes interesting today. Jordan Neck for the second round in the area. Then Brian Branch, no safety. Have even been talked about in the first half. Brian Branch has done it all. Center field, slot down the bounds, good second round. All right, and so we are ready now. Is there going to win?
And I think we're finally going to get the Chiefs pick here as the home team takes their good old time with their last pick.
Please welcome Chairman and CEO.
There he is. Our con.
Kansas City.
With the 31st pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, Kansas City team select Felix and GK Uzama.
Yeah. Makes a lot of sense. Like I said, they needed pass rush. Felix Henadike Uzama, the next one on the board available. So it makes total sense. Need to help out Frank Clark, George Karlaftis on that defensive end spot. Chris Jones in the middle will help him out as well, taking some pressure off of him. Needed the speed, as Mel Kiper and Louis Riddick were mentioning. And so makes a lot of sense. And that is how we close out the first round. I think we should be getting the commissioner here shortly to announce the close of round one. And we'll get that sound for you when that happens. But overall, a fantastic night of the first round of the NFL Draft 2023. And loved all three of my team's picks. I know some fan bases weren't so happy with theirs, as you can see with our good guy, Danny Potter and the Packers there. But really excited about the day 2 tomorrow night, day 3 on Saturday afternoon. Excited for those, the next 6 rounds of this 2023 NFL Draft. You know, it started off with everyone knowing Bryce Young going to the Panthers at number 1. We had a boatload of trades in the top 10, and then a couple more after that, just to keep it interesting. You know, a lot of guys' dreams were fulfilled tonight, and that's what the NFL draft is all about. It is the culmination of making it in football. This is the first step now to the next step, which is winning a championship. That is what every team tries to do every single year. Excited. Congrats to all 31 guys making your dream come true, putting the work in and getting it done. Now you got to go do it again and prove yourself once again in the NFL on a week-to-week basis. So congrats to those guys. For the guys that didn't get drafted tonight, it's okay. There are 6 more rounds, and even if you don't get drafted, it's okay. There are plenty of guys that have went undrafted and have went on to spectacular NFL careers. It's okay to not get drafted. So good night. I appreciate everyone for watching. I appreciate everyone coming on the show. Travis Sawyer, Joe Infusino, Mark Warren, Danny Potter as well. Thank you all. And thank you everyone to watching. It's fantastic draft night. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media. We'll have a show tomorrow recapping the first round before round 2 starts. And make sure you follow us back here on our YouTube channel for that show, as well as our Twitter page, FAA Podcast, at FAA Podcast. And then that is also our handle on Twitter. FAApodcast.com is our website. You can check us out here on YouTube, Facebook, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, and iHeartRadio. Signing off from Milwaukee and the first round of the NFL draft. We will see y'all tomorrow for Football Friday.